a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select warehouse clubs in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local retailer today. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Breathe easy.
It's 7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN. And good news for you, Doug. What? You can watch us on youtube.com/TMA STL and talk it over with other listeners throughout the course of the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Get involved by texting into the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines and be a friend of the Feather throughout the course of the program with Jackson's dossier, which, Martin, it says Full Court Holiday Press.
And then there's not much else next to it. It just says Full Court Holiday Press.
What does that mean exactly?
That's what I was wondering. I was looking forward to would you call it workshopping it? Do you have a problem with somebody's...
I don't love it. I don't love it, but
I have a theory. Jackson looked at the calendar and said, it's almost Christmas. It's almost New Year's. This goes back to the Charlie Marlowe theory. Everyone shuts it down at Thanksgiving, and then they keep going to work for another 5 weeks, but they don't really do anything.
It's just, we're 9 days out from Christmas, and I feel like in a blink of an eye, here we are, right up against it.
Here we are.
Well done. Wow. We're just coasting now, sort of.
A Wednesday Christmas is a little tough, midweek Christmas.
Is it tough?
Well, I mean, what do you do Monday and Tuesday? Are you grinding Monday and Tuesday? Are you grinding Thursday and Friday? When do you take time for yourself and for your family?
Did you notice the pitch alteration on family there?
It was very wholesome.
Brian,
it was folksy.
Almost Brian Kelly with his family.
Speaking of which, by the way, on Christmas, 2 events this weekend in St. Louis outside of Blues hockey. 3 or 4 points against the Stars and Rangers. Doug, I'll take it.
Sure you will.
You had Sebastian Maniscalco, which Doug and I went to together.
Not together.
Were we there?
We were there.
No further questions.
Okay.
And the Chevy Chase thing for Christmas vacation that I talked about on Friday. So he came in and did a thing at the Fox where you watch the movie and then he takes questions. And I hadn't heard anything about it. And then I talked about it on the show and nobody else had heard anything about it. A handful of people, I suppose, but not many. And so I was debating whether or not to go. I said on Friday night, I'm just going to be absolutely exhausted. I already know how it is. We had the TMA thing the night before at Hot Shots in South
And you were
County.
doing shots till 2.
I was up at the Stag Bar until 4 in the morning. Pink slip, huge night.
With Biff.
With Biff. And my wife was texting with one of her friends and said, yeah, we kind of got up in the middle of it. I think Chevy's lost his fastball. For lack of a better term. There were other terms used.
Ornery?
No.
Okay.
Just not as sharp as.
Oh, no.
He
wasn't being subliminal, though. He wasn't doing material.
No, it was not, like
he is 81, I believe. I looked
that
it
is
up.
correct.
Oh, is he really?
81. But
And so she left, and so I felt like I chose wisely by not going to that.
When you leave,
I don't know if anybody else went to it. Feel free to call in and talk with Chairman Curtin, 314-974-0101, and Chairman Curtin will put you on.
I wanted to hear some reviews of that. The more people I mentioned it to over the weekend, they had the same reaction. They said, I never heard anything about it.
Right, where was the promotion for it?
Nobody knew anything about it, and everyone I said, yeah, I wouldn't mind that. That sounds kind of interesting. But when you say you left in the middle, if the movie played in the middle of his portion, I guess.
Yes. Yes.
So what's that, like a 3-hour commitment in the movie? And we watched it Saturday night. We watched Christmas Vacation without Chevy. He was not at my house taking questions. I would love to hear a little more. If anyone was there, I would love for them begging for calls on a Chevy Chase Monday.
It's hard to believe he's 81 years old already, isn't it?
Been around a long time.
Just means we're getting old fast.
Yeah, but he's getting older.
You know what his real first name is? As I'm reading this on Wikipedia?
I used to know this.
Darnell Coles?
No.
Biff?
Cornelius.
Ah.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
But what was
Just
the
a little fun fact is all it was. It was not a big
We were
news
letting
story.
it breathe.
Okay.
God, I'm tired of this story.
Okay, we'll move on.
Nice, Jackson.
It's just like you have to think.
There is, Doug, some of the most intense anger regarding Martin's camera.
It's not only low,
hard.
it appears to be in a great fog.
It's all right. I'll take care of it.
The percentage of people actually watching on YouTube at this particular point, I don't know, whatever it is, it's a sliver of the audience, but those who are watching, they're angry, and they're angry at Jackson about it, too. They're not angry at Martin. They're not angry at me or Doug or Chairman. They're angry at Jackson from Martin's camera. Jackson, how do you workshop that?
I fixed it. I just fixed it. It's odd, man. And the thing is, it's kind of frustrating. Is as soon as we go to break, that camera's going to drop right back down to where
What's
it was.
the deal with it?
It's preset, and so when it gets preset, so I'm assuming that camera or the computer raised over the weekend. The chair was raised over the weekend. Therefore,
The computer does that thing that Tim's mic does. It likes to bounce. It's a little bouncy.
So we're just finding our lanes and getting comfortable. Much like the Blues, we're happy with where we are, but we can still build and be better.
Are we doing a 200-foot game?
Is that the maximum amount of feet?
Yes, it is.
Then yes, that's what we're doing.
Guys, we had Friends of the Feather who went to the Chevy Chase event and left the event thinking he has dementia. That's from Alan Dadeville.
When you started
That's relatively consistent with the review that I had.
When you started the story on this, I was prepared for you to say he was just fantastic. I can't believe we missed it. It was great.
Yep.
And then it went the other way.
It went the other way.
You would think.
Doug and I were at Sebastian Maniscalco together. And that was fun. Thank you for picking me up. And we had a little brandy late at night.
We didn't have any of that.
Wreck me, Doug.
We didn't do any of that.
I would imagine. Well, what's your review of that show? That was Saturday night at Enterprise. And then they turned it around and they got the Blues and the blue shirts there at 5 p.m. the next day.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. How are they going to get all these chairs out and get the ice ready again? I worry about things like that, but they always do it. I thought Sebastian Maniscalco was terrific. I always do.
5 stars.
Yeah.
That was outstanding.
Mm-hmm. And the two guys before him were good too.
Oh, I timed it out perfectly that I walked in right as he was going. No, I intentionally missed him.
Oh, well, no, they were
walked
good
in
too.
at like 7:50. Sebastian Maniscalco's going on the stage. Perfect. We went to dinner, had some booze beforehand, and then I'm walking in. Don't have the paparazzi bothering me outside. That's a big part of it.
You have to do that. You have to see as few people as possible.
The Globe Democrat and Ladue News are always following me.
You come in through the service entrance, so no one expects you, through the kitchen and everything.
With the Stephen A. walk. Cameras rolling. Was it sold out? How many people? Man, that's such a big...
It was definitely not sold out.
That's a huge venue.
I was actually surprised by how many empty seats there were.
There was nobody in the whole top circle. That was all blocked off.
But when he plays Madison Square Garden, he fills it up.
Does he? Well,
Yeah.
Is he a New York guy?
Chicago. That's the whole deal. He's a Chicago
I
guy.
think that was subtly anti-Italian American.
Yeah.
I think that was subtly anti-Italian
That
American.
hurts so early in the morning, too, to get around to that.
My wife will text me on that one.
There were, if I had to guess, I'd say there was, you think there was 10,000?
I think
8 or 9?
I think
Yeah.
I'm going to go 93.51.5 is the over-under if you want to bet it.
Yeah.
And if you're a popular comedian and you can get 10 to 12,000, you're not going to the Fox because it's not big enough.
Yeah. Chaffetz would have probably been the only other in between venue.
10-ish, if you're talking about using the floor. But if you think you could sell 12 or 15,000, then you go to the big arenas. I guess if the upstairs, you don't notice that if you're down low, right?
No.
He had Peoria on Friday night and Des Moines on Sunday night, and he saved St. Louis for a Saturday night. Doug, how do you feel?
Well,
Special?
yeah, great. We're a fabulous city. We're the crown jewel of the Great Plains.
Remember John Shaw met before the Rams came here? Was it Gene McNary is one of those guys trying to lure the team from L.A., and he described St. Louis as a raucous Des Moines.
John Shaw did?
Yeah, no, he was told that by Gene McNary, I believe. One of the local politicians was trying to explain St. Louis, and they said, we're a raucous Des Moines. And I always thought, that's the best you could come up with, trying to get somebody from
Hey, we're
LA.
better than Chicago. Yes, we are.
Tim, dementia was the word used a lot Friday night. He needed his wife to help him along. It was reminiscent of watching B.B. King sing a 10-minute version of My Ding-a-Ling. Thanks. That's from the 314.
Well, that's kind of sad. Is he hurting for money, or why would he put himself in for that? Why
I
would
did notice that his
allow
wife
him
goes on stage with him, and I was wondering about that. And I go, look at Chevy. But I guess maybe that helps explain the situation.
Oh, gosh.
Tim, did Sebastian ask for an autograph after the show? He had to be in awe. Thanks. That's from Fuelsy.
He did walk through the crowd when he was done. I suppose he was looking for you.
I think he was. I was on the other end of the building.
Oh, gosh.
Sitting next to you.
That
Yes,
hurts.
you knew. Shut up and discuss the Yellowstone series finale. Thanks. That's from Martin's Pincushion. Did anybody on the dais watch that? I did. Martin, no. You're probably doing sports final.
Sports Final. Strick was there last night.
Strick Nasty.
We opened the surprise boxes. Santa Strick was there. Oh, I brought you guys a little present here, too. We'll get to that. I did not see. I'm behind on Yellowstone. Kind of like this show. I'm on season 2 or 3.
But you are watching it?
We've watched it up until this season.
Okay, God bless. My review would be the season Little Rough episode 5 is the one. It's like the is it the fly episode from Breaking Bad?
The bottle episode.
Oh, yeah, that was terrible.
I don't know what happened in episodes. There were 6 episodes in the series finale and season finale, final season, and it was the writer playing strip poker, and Bella Hadid was his girlfriend. And it was just, It was really odd. I don't know what happened. Doug, you like to talk about penultimate episodes of great American television series?
I don't ever use the word penultimate, ever.
And for example, the penultimate episode of Sopranos, is that when Christopher went away? Or
I think, yeah.
Bobby Bacalati?
Yeah, Bobby Bacala, Train Story.
Blue Comet?
Yeah.
These are wonderful episodes that will not. I think Yellowstone, unfortunately, will follow the Game of Thrones when reviewed later in time. It went up and then it went down. Ah, yes,
down.
Yeah,
I saw a promo playing when I was watching something else for the series finale, and I won't say anything that was in the promo. But
spoiler alert!
It's not because I haven't watched the show, but it was Kelly Riley leaning down to a casket, whispering, "I will avenge you," and I was like, that's a bad promo.
I kind of felt like I was
that's bad.
stoned out of my mind in the mid '90s at the Sigma Chi house watching Days of Our Lives on a 1:30. Like, what else am I going to do?
On probation or off probation?
I think we were live at that point, soon to be kicked off campus yet again. Your reviews of a potpourri of shows are welcome. Chairman Kurt mines the Callier and Thompson phone lines at all times. 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. DJ Patty Cake says Yellowstone stopped being good after season 2. That's DJ Patty Cakes, and he is operating a rival site to Jackson's goodorbad.com. So keep an eye on DJ Patty Cakes.
Kind of a tumultuous show, right? Because of you have what happened with Taylor Sheridan, and Kevin Costner wants to go make Lawrence of Arabia, and so you kind of have.
Marty, you follow that? Kevin Costner?
No, didn't follow that at all.
You missed Horizon Part 1 of 4 this summer? That's what Kevin Costner left Yellowstone to do. Finance it himself. Very Medellin of him, but
there's so many references going on that I am following, but I wonder how many people in the dais are following and how many people in the audience are following.
Listen, if you don't know, catch up, baby.
Oh, no, don't scold
There's a shirt
like that.
There's a shirt. Catch up, baby.
Yeah,
Wasn't Yellowstone always cheesy? Even when you enjoyed it, it was pretty cheesy, but it looked cool. It was kind of fun.
I think that's a good way to subscribe. That's a nice, concise way to describe it. It was like junk food television. Yeah. And that's fine. You didn't have to pack a lunch for it.
I've never seen it, but everybody speaks so highly of it. I guess I should start watching, right?
Yeah, I think you'd be entertained by it.
Okay.
Chairman Steve in Wildwood, the Milagro Tequila 2023 Listener of the Year says, I didn't see the finale, but I'm guessing Beth beat up 5 men 8 times her size and got blown up but survived, and then got shot and survived, and then had sex with Rip after drinking a bottle of bourbon.
That's it. Sounds right.
This Chairman Steve in Wildwood needs to start up a rival, the goodorbad.com. Jackson, what else is on the dossier outside of full court holiday press?
Oh, man. Well, a lot happened over the weekend. Yeah, the Blues not only playing 1, but 2 games over the weekend.
How much of it did you see?
Not one solitary second.
Sweet mother of mercy. He puts our faces in it, Doug.
Not my fault. I went to a restaurant and they had a different hockey game on.
What restaurant did you go to?
Won't say
Why?
Because they didn't have the Blues game on.
Well, I don't think
plenty of restaurants don't have hockey games on.
Well,
fine dining in St. Louis and want the Blues game on.
My favorite burger place, I'll give them love, Max Local Eats. Like my favorite.
They didn't have the Blues game on?
They didn't, but I did ask them to turn on the NBA Cup game.
You did not.
Yeah.
And what'd they do?
They turned on the NBA
Darn
Cup.
it.
It's Thunder Rockets. I wanted to see it. But Blues played 2, some college hoops, had some college football news, some transfer portal discussion, building upon topics we discussed last week, like Bill Belichick.
Oh boy!
I mean,
all right, I'll wear the C on my sweater today. I'm fine with it. When I hear we're going to revisit Bill Belichick. What noise was that?
I bet never before in the history of St. Louis has someone gone into a restaurant and demanded that the Rockets-Hornets game be put on TV.
It was Rockets Thunder. Get it right, brother.
Rockets Thunder.
And
SGA?
There was 3 TVs. One of them was playing like Elf without the sound on. And as much as I love Will Ferrell and Elf and the great Jimmy Caan, it's better with sound. Basketball is good with or without sound, so I just asked them to throw on.
How about that?
TNT or
Be darned.
ABC.
Doug, I'd like to hand this to you.
Oh, what do we got?
This is a Cardinals 2025 calendar.
Oh.
Came in the mail
Wow.
at the old 2 Fox office.
What a treat.
So you just flip through that for me, Doug, and I'd just like a quick thought. Does anything...
Okay. Oh, God.
Does anything...
A lot of ads.
Well, yeah,
A lot of coupons.
okay, coupons are good.
Not
Does
many
it-
pictures of players, just
Okay.
gloves and equipment.
There is not a single picture of a
Baseballs.
player.
Like every month used to be a player.
Correct.
Yeah.
Hey, Albert
Seats.
Pujols. Hey, Yadier Molina. Goldschmidt, Arenado. The calendar doesn't have any players.
A statue of somebody mostly covered in snow.
And it says at the beginning, it's the art of Cardinal photography or something along those lines. And now I'm being serious. The marketing team probably said in like October, November, who should we put in the calendar? And Mo's like, I'd hold off. Because they
Nobody.
don't know who's on the team.
Yeah.
And you could have gone Walker, Wynn. You probably could have come up with enough.
It doesn't look like there's a picture of one
No,
player.
isn't that notable?
There's Helsley coming in, I guess, for April.
Okay. It's still the art of
Yeah.
photography, though. It's a lot of
It's got a blur.
backlit, red lighting, because he may, in case he's not on the team.
Hellsbells, yes, exactly.
Yeah, you can't quite say that's a picture of him. It's more the aesthetic. I just thought that was interesting.
But that's a nice observation. Hey, 100 West Dental. Dr. Brandon Pryor was at the TMA Toy Drive for Annie's Hope on Thursday night at Hot Shots in South County with his whole staff. Dr. Brandon Pryor, Doug says he is the hottest dentist he has
I've
ever
never
seen.
said that. I don't rate dentists in that fashion.
100westdental.com is where you can go to check it out. And if you are interested in going to Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental, they have a huge offer going on now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. No dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100 West Dental. It's in Manchester, right across from Munganess St. Louis Acura. That's where you will find them. They're online at 100westdental.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Miller Moss. The Detroit Lions. Onside kicks with 12 minutes left. Nolan Arenado and the Houston Astros. The Blues in overtime in Dallas.
Do we get to pick one? Do we say that one?
Yeah, Sammy Hawkins.
Pick a
Sammy
topic.
Hawkins. I think Doug would tell me that the lead Blues hockey, 3 of 4 points against Dallas and the Rangers. And fair to say they were lucky to get the point in Dallas. And then it would have been all hell breaking loose if they wouldn't have gotten 2 points, leading by 3. Is the 3-goal lead the most dangerous lead in hockey?
I think 2-goal.
Against the Rangers, but they held on. And you know what? Martin and I, now you joined me in the Curbside Podcast Lemming Department. And we were listening to it. I assume you were listening. You heard me walking in, listening to it this morning.
I had to go back and listen to the Saturday one because I wanted to review the Dallas game fully.
Nice.
I seriously was an episode behind on Curbside, so this morning I digested 2 of them.
And Joey Vitale and Kerber were calling last night's game a slogan game. Doug, you ever heard that term?
No. What does that mean?
Slogan game means this one is one that can go one way or the other, and if you are going to send a message, you're going to come out and play hard because you, just like your opposition, have played the day before 3 of 4 games in 3 or 4 days. And it's going to tell you a lot about what you are. And in a slogan game, Vitale said you need your best players to play better than anybody else on the ice. And it kind of stands to reason. But when you talk about the 2019 team, oftentimes you hear about the Sundqvist line with Steen and Barbashev and that kind of rotation that was so punishing throughout the course of the Stanley Cup playoffs because the Blues could roll 4 lines. Last night, who got the goals? Buchnevich, Kyrou, Thomas. Your best players played the best. And if that's the case, you're able to win a game against a team that is in absolute disarray in the New York Rangers. And they were booed off the ice on Saturday at home. They come to St. Louis and they fall behind 3-0. I guess to their credit, they rallied and nearly forced overtime. But the Blues are able to hold on. And like I said, I don't know if anybody would really say that the Blues played great this weekend. But if you would have said on Friday afternoon, all right, they're going to get 3 or 4 points against the Stars and Rangers, I think you would have been like, all right, take it.
Yeah, you take that anytime, really, in any situation.
Is this a slogan show today, Doug?
I don't think this is a slogan show. I think it's kind of a kickoff to a holiday week.
The full court press.
Yeah, full court.
Of course, he did weave in basketball lingo.
That's the grooming process.
I can't help if it just makes sense.
Just makes sense.
Okay.
I think Montgomery getting his first home win is sort of surprising as he's been here, I know, mostly on the road, but I feel like that didn't even get mentioned. They've been so bad at home.
1-5-1 in their last 7.
That's just brutal. Now, much of that predates Montgomery's arrival, but so 10 games in, I don't know when the dead cat bounce topic goes away, but I think 10 games is a decent sample size. Has this team not been more fun to watch, more competitive? And 4 of the 10 have been in overtime. So you're talking close games. There's a handful that weren't close where they won big, including when they beat the Rangers his first game, 5-2. It's just insane to me that one guy walks in the door. Granted, injuries, yes, the health of Thomas and Broberg are part of that. And Thomas is a difference maker, friend of the show. But it's unbelievable how the Montgomery Blues, wow, this team, they ought to be in the playoffs. Bannister's Blues, you got tickets, yeah, keep them. I mean, like within a month. I mean, it's unbelievable how
2 points back of a playoff spot. 2 points back of the Canucks.
I was
3 points
looking at
back of the
that,
Avalanche.
Buchnevich has definitely kicked it up a notch. He's got points in 9 straight games, and Kyrou looks like a different player.
Yes, that's the one.
He's been scoring goals at a much higher clip now. And so, yeah, you get those 2 guys going, and now you got some offensive firepower and a chance to win some games where you need 4 goals to do it. They're still like 5th or 6th place and 5th in the division. So there's a lot of work to do, and yet they're only 3 or 4 points out of a wild card spot.
But in that division, they're only 3 points back of the Stars. So, and a handful of points back, 3 points back of the Avalanche as well. Also, on Saturday morning, the Blues making a trade, a second rounder, and the nephew of former Michigan running back Tim Biakabatuka, a Blues prospect, go to Anaheim in exchange for Cam Fowler, a veteran defenseman, and that move made because the Blues are not sure when they're going to get Nick Leddy back, and at some point Brian Suter needs to not play 30 minutes a game. And actually, Fowler had the most minutes for the Blues last night, more than Parayko by, I think, a second, and Suter down to 15 minutes. And so that was a move not to say, okay, we're going for it so much as we can't afford to trot these same guys out here.
But you lose Biaka Batuka, whose uncle was a pretty good running back, and if the Blues should get in a short yardage situation, 3rd and 1, they're going to need that.
So you do not like the move.
Let's see how it all plays out, Timmy.
You like to bemoan the prospects that are shipped the other way. Is he the next Rosarena? We'll take your calls.
Harrison's brother Master, the biggest Jordan Kyrou critic going, says Kyrou looks better. I'll admit. I'm still skeptical, though. That's from Harrison's brother Master in the Air Comfort Service text line.
See, once you get dug in on a take, it's hard to let go. So if Kyrou scores 50 goals, he gets the Conn Smythe. You go, yeah, but that's only because Thomas was on his line.
That is, I think that is. I don't know if that's because the only media I take in is sports media. I assume this goes on in politics. I assume it goes on in entertainment. But in sports media, how often does somebody go, yeah, I was wrong about it? I don't know. You got to dig in and double down on the take.
Yeah, I mean, we heard it last week when Molly Querim called Stephen A. out for being like a box office guy. He goes, no, I am, but I do love Alabama, and I do love the Lakers. I love Duke. He was he was just doubling down on his opinion. A truer statement has not been said yet today.
Great double down, because Stephen A. was accused of liking the big brands like the Yankees and Cowboys. He said, not true. I like Kentucky basketball and Alabama football. We're like, yeah, those are like the biggest brands going. Yeah.
Oh, no, I see a boo-boo on Timmy's hand. I'll be in soon to give it a kiss. Love me, Doug. That's from Jimmy Recaps. Doug, I mean, how do you see?
Oh, I didn't see the Band-Aid.
How do you see there? Just some flesh came off. That's all.
You didn't try to do physical labor or anything, did you?
No. Once I wore the white tuxedo at St. Louis UI in May of '94, I didn't have to do that anymore.
Okay.
Is that from compressing?
It's from compressing the golf. I did go out with my 2 sons yesterday and play golf.
Nice.
How about that?
Yeah, very nice.
It was nice enough to do it.
Yeah, it was pretty warm.
Yeah.
A little wet, but, that's not bad for compression.
So how did you get hurt?
Beaver tails.
I just was reaching for something under the sink and pulled my hand up, and I caught the
bit of the plumbing there.
Yeah, and then just some flesh came ripping off.
Oh no!
But hey, you know what? And I think this is a tribute to my tenacity and my hockey player-like work ethic. I'm here today.
Local broadcast hero, Tim McKernan.
How about that? Chris Gardner, Martin. Future U.S. Senator.
Broadcast hero.
Question for Doug. Would you take another Blue Stanley Cup if it meant you had to live with a carport? Thanks. That's from Springfield Mud Tosser.
I'd say no. We've got one Stanley Cup.
You will not live with a carport, and it's going to cost this market another chalice?
Well, yeah. If it comes down between can I park indoors or can the Blues win a Stanley Cup, I'd choose to park indoors.
Wow. Yikes.
I'm sorry.
Well, I have a carport.
Maybe I'd think differently if they didn't have the one in 19.
You'd be fine though. It's like 1 foot of separation between the home and the carport. You just have to be outside just for a second.
But I store a lot of stuff in the garage. I don't want to give it up.
What if you can keep the garage? You just can't park there. You have to park in a satellite carport area and shuttle home.
I still want the garage.
Like you live at the airport.
I want the garage.
Jackson, are you taking questions?
Always.
Usually from caller Chris.
Perpetually.
In 2019, when the Blues had the great run, and everyone was wrapped up in it, how did you partake in the Cup run in 2019?
I would just like to make the observation for you, Martin, that we were visiting this very topic in, I think, the first handful of months of the award-winning Balloon Party presentation. Yeah. And Jackson thought that Patrick Waugh was the Bruins goalie.
I knew it was a goalie with a funny name. And no offense to our French-Canadian friends, but, it definitely says Patrick Roy, but pronounced Waugh, and I get it. But I mistook Tuukka Rask, which is also a funnier name. It kind of sounds like, like an elephant tusk, Tuukka. Yeah, something about it.
That's probably a funnier name than Patrick Waugh, yeah.
Yeah, I would think. But I messed up there. Now, to your question, I was in summering in Columbia, Missouri.
Doug, do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, it's not that glamorous, really.
I disagree. Working 2 jobs, working at the Country Club club as a bartender and the movie theater slinging popcorn. And
Was it Old Hickory?
I wasn't. Country Club of Columbia.
Hawthorne.
Old
Old Hawthorne, I'm sorry.
Old Hickory is out in St. Peter's.
I not only love it, I live there.
I heard that the other
Old
day.
Hawthorne.
And I was working and watching every single night with my friends and really into it. Really loved it.
So you did get into it.
Playoff hockey's a different animal. I still don't understand strategy at all. Dump and chase is something I've never really grasped. But
Well, Kerber's going to be with us, 8:15.
Yeah.
Traditional blues hit. Why don't you say,
I'm
hey,
willing to
can you
learn.
explain dump and chase to me?
well, I kind of it's good for a line shift, right? If
Just to
you
get it into their zone. And
Right.
then forecheck.
right. Well, it just seems like you should shoot at all possible times, but I'll get into that later.
Yeah.
We'll get into that later.
If it comes up. But either way, I was into it.
I just wanted to make sure you weren't so dug in on it that you hated it and didn't.
No.
Because in moments like that, and I'm being serious, that's what's fun around town. How many people got on board with the Rams or the Cardinals in a World Series run that didn't really care much of the season?
I was into it. But granted, big bandwagon, you can only really
For
get
sure.
me into it if you're, going for the cup.
And then the only thing more annoying that I'm not into it is the fan who scolds the bandwagon. Oh, where
I
were you?
agree.
When they're like,
Gatekeepers.
oh, come on.
He actually calls them gatekeepers.
Gatekeepers.
Where were you when this team needed you earlier this season? Well, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I hate gatekeeping unless I'm doing the gatekeeping. Then I
So if Missouri basketball makes a run,
no, I let everyone in.
you'll let everyone in.
Yeah, I'll let everyone in.
Don't you
on
want
that.
everyone in and any opportunity?
It depends on how they come about it.
What does that mean?
Some people come about it like they aren't bandwagoning. You gotta acknowledge. If you acknowledge it, then life is good. But if you're fake and pretending, if you weren't there with us, 11 a.m. against Long Island, I don't want you there.
It really affects you what the guy in section 235 is doing?
Affect, no, but I'll have a take.
Bothers you?
Doug, I don't know how to respond to this, but this comes from Jackson's friend who rakes bunkers in New England, Sweet Sweet Kai. He says, Berkey was my faithful snuggle buddy that summer.
We lived in the same.
What's going on exactly?
We lived in the same
summer?
apartment.
And you
but-
would snuggle with this guy?
No, we watched most of the Blues games together.
Just the
most
two
the
of you?
run. A couple other buddies would come over.
Pod.
But once it was lights off, who knows? But I'm not saying anything happened. We were just
sounded
talking.
like
We were
it.
just talking note.
Sweet Sweet Kai said it.
We were just talking note. We're like, oh man, it's done.
Note, were you?
Guys, the Brian Sutter coach Blues were dump and chase connoisseurs, and Hully hated it. Thanks. That's from former TMA fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette.
Okay. Sometimes I admit it is kind of hard to follow hockey strategy because so often you hear him say, we just got to get pucks on the net. Whatever it takes, get the puck on the net. And then yesterday I was hearing that Montgomery is preaching, don't just shoot to be shooting. Everything has a purpose. You got to take good shots. Don't just fire it right at the goalie when you got no shot. So I don't know which it is.
And
I told you. That's what happens when you go to the net. That's what happens when you want to play hard. That's what you do when you have the want to.
Okay.
there isn't any sport where effort is part of the coach's critique after every game. NFL, I really thought we were going to run it better. Well, our secondary had a tough day. In hockey, it's always, the buy-in was great.
Right.
Oh, they really put their work boots on. They were really. It's always about
Hard hats.
effort.
Yeah, their
Yes.
hard hats on. Some guy took a shot from the blue line, ricocheted off 3 people, and went in the net. Then you say, well, we didn't want it tonight.
Right.
Jackson quit on the Tigers last season during their magical SEC run. So does that not make him a bandwagoner now that they have the potential again? Hypocrite! That's from the 573.
When did I quit? I took
The
a year.
573 call in. We'll put you on immediately. Chairman Kurt
I don't really
standing
want
by.
to.
You don't want to take his call in the
Well,
Calgary
that's not,
Times.
how did I quit on him? They took
just
a
wanted
year
to-
off my life. They lost all those games by less than 10 points. It hurt every damn time.
Did you step outside and scream on Saturday when they beat Long Island?
No, I didn't. I did enjoy we'll get into that later.
We'll get into
So you don't get into that later.
tease. A lot of deep teasing going on.
What are you getting into later?
Incidental tease. Well, I have a uniform corner that I want to get into.
Ooh, is that uniform Twitter account you got going?
Kind of. It's in the same vein. It's where I sometimes take to Twitter or take to the airwaves.
Doug liked those Packers white helmets last
I
night on
didn't like
Sunday
them
Night
at
Football.
all. Why are you going to mess with that
The
uniform?
Green Bay Packers.
I have to tell you, I was a little surprised when I saw that.
One of the most iconic uniforms in all of sports.
Is that your uniform, Tech
Messing
Jackson?
with that.
No, but they have more. That's part of it. There's certain teams that really can't do like alternate uniforms. Like whenever Notre Dame does anything outside of what they're normally doing, it's like
Anti-Irish Catholic. We've checked both of our anti-Italian and anti-Irish takes in the first 35 minutes.
I'm saying stick to the tradition on that, or like Ohio State. Like there's some teams that just can't really do throwbacks or different kind of uniforms because their uniform is so classic and iconic. The Packers certainly fall into that category, and so I think it's a little. Yeah, I agree. You can't mess with uniforms like that. Like that's something the Texans do. You know, a newer franchise with no history.
They had a general manager, Ron Wolf, friend of the Skippers, by the way.
He was.
Down in
He would be
Jupiter.
down in Jupiter regularly.
He hired Mike Holmgren. He traded for Brett Favre. He did all these great things. He said, why are we playing games in Milwaukee? We've got Lambeau Field. They used to play 3 out of their 8 in Milwaukee. So you had Lambeau
County
Field. Lambeau Field, they played 5 times a year. So Ron Wolf said, this is stupid. People can drive from Milwaukee. And everybody said, yeah, you're right. And then he said, I think we'll change the uniforms a little bit. I love that Notre Dame look where it's a little more of a blue with the gold. And everybody said, are you crazy?
Like mess with the Packers.
And he finally said, this was just a bad idea. He just said, forget it.
How far is Milwaukee from Green Bay?
About 2 hours.
Oh, that's
maybe
like
a
St.
little
Louis
more.
to Columbia.
Yeah, maybe a little more. Maybe 2.5. Maybe.
Guys, what's worse, the Packers' white helmets or Matt LaFleur's Lee chin strap beard? That's from Eric in the Central West End. Jackson says he is attractive, but he's not attracted to him.
Matt LaFleur or Eric?
Maybe
Jackson.
both.
Is that right? Really? You're attracted to
Let me take a
Eric,
look.
but you find
I mean, it's not and I don't think that's a bad beard. I don't think it's a Lee chin strap.
They wear a lot of that in Lee May?
Well, it's got okay. Well, now, but he has a mustache with it. If you just have beard chin strap,
that's a bad look.
That's very 2004. But when you attach a mustache to it, so it's like an actual full beard, it's not that bad.
Okay.
But you don't want to end up looking like Turtle from Entourage.
I absolutely hated those Blues 90s unis, but last night I was at the game and I didn't mind them mixed in. That's from Chairman Steve Wildwood.
I think most people agree that those are the worst uniforms the Blues ever break out. With the red.
I actually don't mind them.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
That might hurt that uniform Twitter account you're trying to get off the ground.
I think they're so ridiculous that it's kind of like I kind of like it in a way.
The lighter blue that they wear, that's what they should be wearing.
Well,
that was the original
I have
colors.
another take.
That was the original colors. That's the uniform that looks different than anyone else in the league. That's the look.
I think those are real bad. My take.
They dusted off some footage of Jamie Rivers scoring goals on the video. Timmy Paps was in the vault last night with some great 90s footage.
Gretzky beating the Canucks. Yeah.
I think the uniform, because you equate it with some of those players like Dimitra, like Rivers, Gretzky. I mean, I like it a little bit. I don't love that uni, but I like it a little better because I equate it with some players, Holy Chaser, that I enjoyed.
Last night's Blues jerseys are acting at my favorite Blues kit. That's American the Central West End. Those uniforms are a disgrace to the game. Harrison's brother master. And hey, guys, I don't know about the Packers' white helmets, but Doug, you can have my purple helmet.
Pot him down.
That's from Big Tuft.
I don't. It's like the jersey itself isn't great, but the shin cylinder, what the hell they call it, above the skate. What like the part? There's like a red sleeve there at the bottom, right by the skate. I think it looks
stirrups?
good. Is that what they are? Stirrups?
I'm just going to
Hockey is the way that they call hockey things is really weird. They call them hockey pants when they're so clearly shorts. So I don't know exactly what part of the uniform it is, but the red on the bottom is pretty cool. I don't hate them. That's my take.
Bring back the dark blue circle arch patch. Jackson's cheering for that.
Those are the best ones they ever wore. It's the best ones they ever wore.
You can get involved on the program. Many people are. I got the YouTube chat active. I see MD 2020s in there talking to Don Pepe and Ricky Summers. Chairman Kurt standing by on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And, of course, the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. This is 101 ESPN. The program is The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Boy, there's a lot going on. At the same time, you have Jackson's Full Court Holiday Press, and at the same time, you have the Schnucks 12 Days of Savings. We are knee-deep. It started on December 11th. It's going to roll into December 22nd. This holiday season, get up to 25% off your holiday essentials. Fresh berries, those party trays so popular at the office party. Going to save big during the 12 Days of Savings. Every day during the event, Schnucks will drop a new digital coupon with a hot offer. Look into the Schnucks Rewards app. That's where you'll find the daily offer. Clip the coupons. It's only available in the app. Make sure you've downloaded the Schnucks Rewards app. Each offer lasts just one day. Make sure and grab these hot deals while you can. Check out the weekly ad as well in the Schnucks Rewards app. View all the great offers. Save money. 25% off daily during the 12 Days of Savings happening right now until December 22nd. It's a full court holiday press in and of itself. 12 Days of Saving at Schnucks, only in the Schnucks Rewards app.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues pick up 3 out of the possible 4 points over the weekend, losing in overtime to Dallas, but beating the New York Rangers last evening. Off day today for the Blues, but they're back in action tomorrow, taking on the Devils. Catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. CinemaLondoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's how you can email into the program, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at DesignAirService.com. Doug, temperatures plummeting this week. It's warm today, was warm yesterday, plummeting later this week. I'm just warning you about it. I don't want you to be upset when you go outside on Sunday and it's 20 degrees, okay? You're going to be fine.
Won't be. You say they're plummeting?
Yep. Lows in the hanging around the teens later on in the week. So if you have a heating service issue, make sure you're working with Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at DesignAirService.com. The longest running TMA sponsor, talking about a decade of being with this program. And the sponsor of the email of the day, I'm a client, Doug's a client, Martin Kilcoyne's a client as well. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at DesignAirService.com. Design Air, very happy to be a client of Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Nolan Arenado to the Astros? In perhaps the clearest sign, the organization is moving on from Alex Bregman. The Houston Astros have emerged as a serious suitor for Nolan Arenado. Multiple sources told The Athletic no deal is believed to be imminent, but conversations between the Cardinals and Astros have increased since the winter meetings, during which John Mozeliak acknowledged he, quote, intends to try moving Arenado. Doug, Houston and Nolan Arenado, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, well, I really only care who we get in return, because it does appear that he's gone. I saw one report yesterday, sounded like it was already done. They even had the players coming this way. And I looked for other places to verify that and didn't find anything. They said Isaac Paredes was the guy that they were going to get, the Cardinals. Third baseman, younger guy, 25 years old. And there was some other name that I didn't recognize.
Boomer Kingsley?
Is it Boomer Kingsley?
I guess at this point, as long as they can dump as much of that salary as possible, I guess that's all that matters to them. Right now, anyway, just so they can free up some more money to go get younger players.
The agent Joel Wolf said he wants to be on a team that has the throttle down. Like, he wants to go somewhere where they intend to win instead of intending to try. I'm adding that part. He didn't say that. Joel Wolf said he wants to be on a team that has the throttle down. It's got to be a little embarrassing for Arenado, the way this is playing out. It's doesn't it feel as if they just can't quite find a trade partner? And his list of teams did not include the Astros. He was willing to go to reportedly Dodgers, Padres, Phillies, Mets, Red Sox, teams that might be winning and definitely are spending. And then he added the Angels, which we decided was out of convenience, we think.
He had to improve his golf game. I'll be curious, Martin, if when Bregman signs and there still isn't movement for him, then at that point, I feel like Bregman could be a domino for Arenado.
Well, if they could indeed get this Isaac Paredes, that would be a really good deal. He had better numbers than Arenado last year. He had 19 homers, drove in 80, 25 years old. I think you'd do that in a heartbeat, wouldn't you?
Stacey McMillan.
Oh, I don't know if she's part of the deal or not. But if you can get a guy who's putting up the same numbers and he makes $30 million less, I'd say you go for that.
I think they'd be over the moon if they can get some decent return, because the big focus here is on cutting into that salary. I guess the Rockies still owe $10 million. The Rockies are still paying Arenado. Yeah. I'm telling you, I would convince him to go back to Colorado, Doug, and say, well, they're paying you anyway. Why don't you just go back to the Rockies?
Well, they don't have the hammer down.
It's kind of sad, though, if you're a Cardinal fan, that Houston is this, not a gold standard, but like, there's a winning organization. Got to get out of St. Louis so I can go to the Astros. That should smart a little bit. It's one thing when it's the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets, okay, the big money teams. And now you're saying, well, the Astros, you want to go somewhere and win, you got to get you out of St. Louis. That hits.
The Astros just got Isaac Paredes for Kyle Tucker on Friday night, so it'd be an odd
would
move.
Yeah.
And where did you see this from a sourcing standpoint?
It was somewhere on X or
Was it right after Brian Dable was fired?
I don't know. When I first saw it, I go, "Oh my goodness, they did trade him." And so I looked around for other confirming sources and didn't find anything. So they didn't have.
Brianna Chicken Fry immediately ruining all of the goodwill that she earned with the internet from the Zach Bryan situation was really not something I saw coming, and has to be a last-minute contender for one of the biggest PR fumbles of 2024. This situation is very much not my expertise, but I feel like as an outsider, I'm able to see it clearly.
I love that. Basically, I don't know anything about this, but I'm going to chime in.
Paredes hit 31 homers and had 98 RBIs 2 years ago with Tampa. That'd be a fantastic deal.
Listen, since I don't have, like, if somebody was reporting it, I would dig into it and wonder what the hell the Astros are doing, honestly.
But usually when they mention names of people, you think, well, maybe there's something to it. And maybe there isn't.
It's just at this moment, this is guy on Twitter.
Well, Doug, a true newsman looked for a second source, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, so I didn't.
You're a newsman, Doug.
I didn't go with it. I just thought, okay, we'll take that deal. So we'll just wait and see what happens. It's about all we can do at this point, fellas.
Chairman Kurt, what'd you just send me?
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, sorry.
There's a lot happening.
He's on the phone.
But I sent you a screenshot of probably the tweet that Doug saw that's got some names involved. I didn't catch.
So it's a fake Fox account, right? It says it was from yesterday. The Astros are acquiring Nolan Arenado from the Cardinals per Fax Sports.
Fax Sports?
Fax? Like Carfax? Fax?
Live read Yola.
I remember that little Fox.
Sometimes you do a Carfax look at a car and you come up with trades.
John Singleton and Isaac Paredes are headed to St. Louis in the deal. Bang Bang Stroh's gang. Arenado said upon hearing of the trade.
Yeah, that's when I began to get skeptical.
Well, at least we've workshopped the possibility of a trade.
Maybe they could just send Altuve in the deal. That'd be nice.
Their pinned tweet is the Dodgers and Jesus Christ in agreement on a deal.
That's our source. We've got the Dable firing.
They said that Jesus will probably play every position, including middle relief. So that's Fax Sports.
Fax Sports. Yeah. Martin, that's no affiliation with Fox Sports?
I don't know.
Different outlet altogether.
You want to know everything that happened to the car before you buy it.
Right.
And if a trade comes up in that search, you go with it.
Maybe Arenado's car is involved in the trade, and that's how we got a Carfax involved.
Oh, man. Well, they're not happy now with Doug in the text.
I didn't say it happened. I said I just saw it.
Jackson, how great is it for Doug to fall on the grenade for you today?
And somehow this will be my fault.
I didn't report that it happened. I said I just saw it.
Although I might create my own Twitter account just for Doug and just pitch little trades.
Carfax baseball trades.
Yeah, little trades in there that might make the key with trolling people online with Twitter on these fake sports accounts, because there's a lot going on right now, is making it just believable enough that people run with it. Just believable enough.
And Bang Bang Stroh's gang?
That's what he said upon learning of the deal.
Yeah.
You can email in the morning after InsideSTL.com. Designer heating and cooling email of the day. Text in anytime you want and participate in the YouTube chat with Don, PP, John Scores, Jake Reynolds. They're in there talking it over, Doug, about stocks. Wow, it's like a Wall Street finance conversation going on. And then we welcome you to participate in the conversation as Chris Kerber and Gabe DeArmond are on the dossier coming up on today's program. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. The name of the game on TMA is talking about advertisers who specialize in being accessible to our audience. And Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage certainly falls into that category because he gives out his personal cell phone number. Here it is, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. And Stewie joins us right now. Stewie, let's talk about cash out refinancing and how cash is king.
Tim, cash is king. It makes life better. It makes life worse. That drives everybody's lives and the quality of their lives. Yesterday, an ESPN listener on Sunday was considering driving to a bank to get a home equity line of credit. He needed about $150,000. He said, let's go get it from the bank. It's easy and simple. Let's go ahead and do that. What he didn't realize was a home equity line of credit is an adjustable rate mortgage. It's not a fixed rate mortgage, and you pay for 5 to 10 years, and guess what? Then they go ahead and say, we want our money back right now. If you don't pay us, we're going to charge you 20% interest. That's a bad vehicle to do. Do a cash out refinance, pay off those credit card debts, get the money you need for a kitchen, maybe a jacuzzi, maybe go to the casino with me one night, whatever works.
Yes.
Do it to have a better quality of life, but do it as a 30-year fixed rate, 15-year fixed rate. You'll be surprised. Sometimes you go 20 years, 30 years, 15 years. We make it work for you, and that's the key. Don't go for those home equity lines of credit. They're dangerous. Refinance, get the cash out, get a regular fixed loan.
Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage is the guy to talk to, and you can do so with his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, 314-324-4440, or Google the Bagel Loan. Guys here. This time, telling you. World Series.
This is inspiring.
Going.
I almost spit out my coffee there.
Mm-hmm. Well, somebody's going to win the World Series.
I like the idea of grabbing Matheny. Grab your Matheny and your freeze.
Ladies and gentlemen, this program's called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN and also youtube.com/TMASTL. Get involved on the program by emailing in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Call in, Collier and Thompson. Phone lines 314-974-0101. Chris Kerber with us coming up at 8:15. In his first comments since being fired, Drew Bannister talked it over in an interview with the Post-Dispatch. He said, when it happened, those conversations are quick. They're uncomfortable at times, and obviously for me it was disappointing, but certainly I understand what Doug's process was going through that. For me, it's disappointing not being able to follow through with what I intended to do for my term of my contract. But he said he is not bitter about what transpired. There's so much more positive than this one negative. The Blues have been really good to me. Doug has been really good to me, giving me my first job as an American League head coach, gave me my first job as a head coach in the NHL, and the first one to fire me. A lot of firsts with Doug.
First one to fire me.
It seems like he might have used profanity, Doug, and I'll explain this to my kids later on tonight. The Post-Dispatch edited, stuff happens, and things happen on the move. It is what it is. I can sit back and be bitter about the situations, but those situations are out of my control. All that I can control is how I react to it, how I'm reacting to it in this time, how I react to it after. It's me learning from those situations, understanding them, and moving past them. If I'm going to sit here and dwell on it and be poor me, then I'm not going to get better, and I'm not going to move forward as quickly as I want to.
I almost asked JR the other day if he'd reached out to him. I figured it would be Lou Korek, JR, Matthew DeFranks, the guys who cover the team day in and day out. But I thought that was sort of surprising. Anytime somebody gets fired, you try to get reaction. And that one just sort of came and went, and nobody heard from the man. I appreciate his comments. It's probably true that he is appreciative. He got a chance to be a head coach, and he did work for the Blues a bunch of years before that. Armstrong is a real gangster. He fires all these guys, and they all like him. Yeah. You know, his buddy Hitch today, I was texting about something TV-wise. He said he'll be in meetings all day. Ken Hitchcock, before the MAC Jack Buck Awards tonight, he said, I won't be getting to the MAC till later because we've got meetings all day. I'm like, these guys, you got fired by these folks. There you are in meetings.
I saw him in the press box last night during the game. So I think, and maybe I'm off on this, Drew Bannister knows that he was only fired because Jim Montgomery became available. And while that makes it worse, I would think it actually makes it better. And either way, it's not like he's not getting paid. He's still getting paid. And he was fired because Jim Montgomery was available. And that's it. And Doug Armstrong was quite straightforward about that situation. And I think, I don't know. That from my standpoint, it'd be one thing if he got whacked because of the team's performance, taking Montgomery out of it. And then they just, for example, and it's nothing against Steve Ott, but Steve Ott, I think many assume, will be a head coach. Probably won't be in St. Louis at this point with Montgomery on a 5-year deal. But if they just said, okay, we're going to put Steve Ott, and you're going, my God, I didn't have Thomas, I didn't have Broberg, and I didn't even get a full season? What in the hell is this? That's a lot different circumstance.
Well, they churn through head coaches in hockey quicker than any other sport. Remember we talked to Hitchcock last week, and I looked up that stat where in Dallas he'd finished in first place 5 years in a row. Then the next year he was 23-17 and got fired. Damn. I think as soon as ownership or top management looks at the team and thinks we're not playing with the intensity or the emotion that we should have, the coach goes. That's who they seem to pin it on. But it's such a tight-knit fraternity, it's just kind of a revolving door. You fire one guy, he's going to wind up somewhere else.
I don't think Drew Bannister thought he was here long-term. I think he knew it's a great opportunity to make the most of it, but it also was a team in transition by their own definition. And I agree that it's all about Montgomery, and I think he knew that. Probably the second Montgomery got fired in Boston, Bannister's probably thinking, oh, boy, do I need to win tonight? Do I need to win tomorrow? Boy, I'll bet you they're talking to that guy. And Armstrong admitted that first night, Wednesday night, he called Tom Stillman as soon as Montgomery was available. So I think that kudos to the Post-Dispatch getting the comments. I also think Bannister handled it well. I think everything he said was very fair.
And he still gets paid for the 2 years. That's why he still likes Doug.
Yes, indeed.
He hired me. If I get fired, I still get the same money. So, yes, I'm thrilled I got the chance in the first place, even if it didn't end the way that it should have.
Best job in the world is fired coach.
STLtoday.com is where you can read that conversation with Matthew DeFranks of the Post-Dispatch. Drew Bannister's first comments since being terminated. Chris Kerber is with us coming up at 8:15. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. I'd like to talk with you about Aesthetic Design and Build, and Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, which I have visited, and they walk me through all the different types of custom work they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. Then they came to my house and showed me what they could do with our outdoor space. The best thing is they don't take this high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with a gimmicky discount. They encourage you to go out and do your research, and they're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see that they are the better choice at Aesthetic Design and Build. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Let them know that I sent you their way when you call 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Let them know I sent you their way at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Doug, do you consider this to be the jam?
Well, it's one of many jams. The jam, I'm not sure about that.
Jackson, how do you feel about it?
Pretty solid.
So the jam as opposed to just a jam?
I think it's a jam. I don't know if it's my jam, but I'm into it. First time I've ever heard it.
87?
Oh, I don't know the years, Martin.
I think you're going to get credit for it because we give you a one-year berth on either side of your wager. I think the correct answer is 88.
Terrence Trent D'Arby.
That's right, and he was said to be the next Michael Jackson, and it didn't necessarily pan out that way. But when my wife and I were heading to Sebastian Maniscalco on Saturday night after having a delicious feast, where they did have the NBA game on, by the way, where I was
Were you
dining.
at Max? You didn't know you were there at the same time.
Olive and Oak at the end of the bar, just sitting there having some booze, and I like that charred octopus,
God, that sounds horrendous.
Oh, it's so tasty.
Anti-live read.
Charred octopus?
Anti-live read. New sponsor, Olive and Oak, will be pulling their advertising.
Well, they have other things on the menu.
Yeah, and so I'm just sitting there, and then we're driving, and I go, oh, this is the jam. And she goes, yeah, why don't you play this as return music? And I go, okay, why? And she goes, well, that way I know that you're actually listening to me while we're talking. I go, oh, no problem.
She checked a lot of boxes right here.
So right there, I'm like, well, she just texted me that our son, the last Sunday night, he got sick on the vomit comet, Doug. Is that what you call it, the vomit comet?
Sure there is.
And then last night, I should say, she just texted me that he got sick again. And I'm just like, God bless America. What the hell's going on? Because he had been totally fine. I gotta be honest, I'm not going to name the restaurante under any circumstances. You can email me and offer to Venmo me $1,000 and I won't do it.
Big Boy?
What big show? You're just taking a shot at Shoney's?
I thought wasn't Big Boy the one with the big guy in the restaurant?
Yeah. Yes. Why are you? I said I'm not going to name. Why'd you go to Shoney's?
I just picked the weirdest restaurant, like the most
You went to Shoney's last night.
Are there Shoney's still around? Boy, I hope not.
I don't think so.
Are there? I'll let you know.
All right. Please continue. I apologize.
That I kind of think we might have gotten hit last night.
Oh, no.
I kind of think. So I don't think he's sick. I kind of think we might have got. My friends in my neighborhood. You can text me and I'll let you know.
Got it.
Because I kind of feel like we might have gotten hit. Because I kind of got I was like, oh, I don't feel so great after this. And then he was like, my stomach hurts. And I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
I think we might have gotten hit. Little bit.
You know where I'm at with botulism. If there's even
It's a controversial stance.
This guy's a taste.
I don't really have a stance on botulism.
Well, if there's even a whiff of anything awry, I'll dump the whole meal into the trash. I don't care.
Whiff of awry.
I won't even drink milk 2 days before the expiration date.
I'm pro-botulism. I drink almost
I know.
anything.
And your haphazard approach to it scares me.
Cut that off.
Shoney's.
I should worry more than I do. I know.
Yeah, 100%.
As of April, there are 58 Shoney's locations in 16 states. Which state do you guys think has the most Shoney's restaurants?
It sounds like a Kansas type of thing.
SEC.
It definitely seems Midwest heavy.
Yeah.
I was going to go either Tennessee or Texas.
Texas
Alabama.
is a good play.
11 locations.
So is that Big Boy too?
I think Big Boy was
It's kind of like Hardee's and Carl's Jr. I feel like they're the same thing.
Got
but
it.
under a
Rallies,
different umbrella.
checkers. Yeah.
My wife just texted. He kept waking up crying, saying his tummy hurt. So I brought him in, and then he vomited everywhere. And now he's perfectly fine. Isn't that a food poisoning?
Yeah, that's botulism if I've ever heard it.
It's botulism if I ever heard it, Doug.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm so scared of
As
it.
soon as you throw up, then you're okay.
What?
Sorry to bother you.
Yeah, where was your attention? I mean, we're doing a show.
Who knows?
As soon as you throw up, you're okay. That's a sign of botulism.
It depends on how I've talked before about letting the devil out, which is essentially like after a long night of drinking, you essentially purge yourself to get.
I actually, when I have the spinners, and I haven't had them in a long time, I don't know when I'll have them again. After having a lot of libations. You know that, Doug, you're going to have to let the devil out.
Yeah, it's delaying the inevitable.
Before you go to bed, right?
Yeah, ideally. Or you do it in the morning.
You stick your finger down your throat and make yourself throw up?
Yeah, it's not pleasant.
Doug, was it the Blues playing the Stars and Corey Stillman got the game winner in overtime against Dallas in 2001? Am I right on that?
I don't remember that.
I thought you were a sports guy.
Yeah, exactly. And the Blues were playing the Stars, defending Western Conference champion. They had lost to the Devils the year before. Am I right on that?
Okay, yeah, let's go with it.
And I was down there. Did you cover that series, Martin? Blues, Stars, they lost to the Avalanche. Peter Forsberg, appendicitis. The next round, Alexei Gusarov smoking under the bleachers before the game at the Pepsi Center, which is now Ball Arena, home of the Nuggets, Jackson.
Yeah.
And we went out, and it was a lot of my friends lived in Dallas, and we went out and got after it. And there were some neighborhoods in Dallas, not only with great restaurantes and booze, but wonderful lasses as well. And the dames were everywhere that night.
Were they?
SMU ladies?
I think it probably was SMU. Very interested in somebody from South St. Louis. And my God, I remember getting back to the hotel, and there was one of those damn morning skates. And it's like 4 a.m, and I had the spinners, and I'm like, I gotta let the devil out.
Yeah, 100%. You have to do it, and it sucks. It sucks, but you know you have to do it. And I turn into like a sweaty mess when it happens.
A sweaty mess.
You can see it all over me. Like my face gets all puffy. It's
Have you ever seen Jackson before he lets the devil out?
No, I haven't.
It's very Exorcist coded.
Oh.
It's not great, but I will say it does help right afterwards. Like that, after you're done, it feels a lot better. But it's probably the same way with like food poisoning. I've never had it because again, I'll I'm so against botulism.
That's not exactly a big stance.
Every Jackson Burkett, did you hear him this morning? He's against botulism.
Every piece of
He
chicken.
thought Patrick Waugh was the Bruins netminder.
Yeah, 2 for 2. Every piece of chicken I've ever eaten is dry. I'll take that every time over even thinking about undercooking a piece of chicken.
Oh. Now, Tim, when you're trying to impress these SMU dames, as you call them,
Yes.
do you make up a story to enhance your position? Like you tell them your father owns the Arch or something?
The Arch.
A couple of years ago, I was bussing tables at PH Rose. And just see if that works.
That would work. Yeah.
How's your slide piece?
And then I bring up that slide piece. Chuckles, Marlowe, Drobs. They're prominent, Martin.
Where was the Rich Gould influence on you as a young sport? Now listen, Junior, nobody needs to go to a morning skate. You got that sound from the day before. That's just fun. They're not going to say anything new or interesting.
Boy, I'll tell you, you're right about that.
It's like one of those biscuits that flip out of a can.
Did you see he was on the field at the link yesterday?
Was he?
Rich was?
Yeah.
It was Sirianni?
Sirianni was not in
The
the pick.
10-game winning streak?
Yeah, he was there. I'll pull up the pick. I forget who
that.
Uncle Rich was?
Oh, that's outstanding. We got to get him on.
Yep. You want him on tomorrow?
I'm telling you, the Lions lose yesterday, and Rich Gould's Nick Sirianni-led Eagles win. Beware the Eagles and Bills Super Bowl, Doug?
I'd be into that.
He was hanging with Big Dom.
Oh, security guy?
Security guy. Yeah, I could see I could see them being fast friends.
Mug and Ass, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour on TMA and longtime sponsor of this program. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And there's a secret number for the listeners that you can call or text.
Yeah, like to hear it.
314-252-0029. Now you're working with Jamie Burkhardt. Now you're working with Peter Munganast. And in the service department, that's Ryan Seiberg. 314-252-0029. If you're looking to buy a car, lease a car, or get your car serviced, work with Munganast, St. Louis Acura.com, altontoyota.com. Can't say enough good things about them. It's where I get my cars. My family gets their cars. It's Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Chris Kerber joining us next here on TMA 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN, youtube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the channel. There's magic throughout the week. Jackson, how do you feel about a QFTA today?
Oh, I'm into it. On a rainy day like today, seems like a prime time.
All right. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Any questions, comments, and erotic stories, send them to me. I enjoy them, and there's nothing hotter than me and Jackson in a small room reading erotic stories to each other.
As it gradually gets warmer in the room.
Oh, no.
It's hot. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. We'll do that around 11:15 on the TMA YouTube channel. So that's anything goes there. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines, ladies and gentlemen, the voice of the St. Louis Blues, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, fellas. How are you?
Wonderful. Guess what? You'll be proud to hear this. I've got Martin Kilcoyne addicted to the Curbside podcast, so much so that he listened to 2 of them this morning from the Stars game and the Rangers game.
I was an episode behind, and I wanted to digest everything from the Dallas game before I moved forward with the Rangers game. So I double-dipped on the Curbside this morning.
Listen, the whole idea of it, and that's a good thing, Martin. That way, if you miss the game because you have a life, you can still get up the next morning and within 20 minutes get all the highlights, breakdown, and get an idea what happened in the game.
It's a great podcast. I really am a fan. I don't come into the show before I wake up. It's the first thing I listen to, honestly, when there's a Blues game. And last night, I thought it was exactly, I always also feel validated with my opinion on a game. I hear you and Joey or Cam talking about it. And that is, in a game like that, in a weird spot like that, where both teams played the day before, the Rangers get booed off the ice, losing to the Hurricanes the day before, and the Blues have an odd game against the Stars, a lot of travel. You need your big boys to step up, and look who scored the goals for the Blues last night. The big boys absolutely stepped up.
Yeah, there's 2 games I think you can compare to prove this point, and it's the last 2 home games. You had the game against San Jose, and then you had this one. Now, look, the Blues have played, I think it was 12 straight games in different buildings over like 19 days and 4 different time zones. It was really just, it's one of the harder, more grinding schedules that I can remember the team being a part of over the stretch of a month, dating back to like a week before Thanksgiving, and frankly running straight through until the Christmas break here in a week or so. But compare the San Jose game and that game. You've got a team in the New York Rangers that were struggling last night. San Jose actually had been playing some pretty good hockey, coming in for the most part over the previous 15, 20 games. The difference was the Blues' best players weren't their top players in that game, and they needed to be in this one. And this is a real positive here, guys. Like, I think Jim Montgomery challenged it. If you go back to that San Jose game, you heard all the players saying what the coach said. Every player after the game was talking about, look, when you don't have your legs, you've got to be able to use your head, and we didn't do that very well. Last night, Jim Montgomery was saying, look, we've got to take care of home ice here. Let's get the crowd into this thing early. Let's give them something to cheer for. And it was just a little bit more motivating than just X's and O's. And the players after the game were talking about that. We asked Pavel Buchnevich about it, and I said, well, what was the biggest message from the coaches? And he said, just come out with energy and give the crowd something to be happy with. And so there's some terrific coaching going on, number one. The players are clearly buying into it, number 2. Now, I don't think, and we can talk about this next, the habits that Jim Montgomery talking about aren't quite there yet. Some other things have to still happen, but the big guys stepped up, and our big guys are better than their big guys in a massive way, and that's why you won the hockey game yesterday.
I thought it was interesting, too, moving Toropchenko and Joseph around, and they said basically to add some grit to some of the other lines. It's kind of cool when you put all the star power in one line, but I like the idea, too, every once in a while, put a grinder with some of the stars just to mix it up.
Well, yeah, Martin, to mix it up, but there was a real reason and a direct point to that. As well as that WTF line, which you aptly named, and I love it, well, as long as that WTF line was playing, and they were great. But what you really saw last night with the changes that they made is even with the Jake Neighbors and actually it would have been Jordan Kyrou and Braden Shen with Toropchenko. Toropchenko gets the puck and he just backhands it down into the corner, then goes and gets it. And look at what it did. And it was like a combination on a line that had each line playing that very direct way. Last night was the kind of game that if, one of those top two lines decides to play east-west, dangle a guy at the blue line, turn it over, you're going to lose that game 5-2, 5-3. Because, as you saw, the Rangers did get 2 goals in a quick hurry to try to come back. But as you saw, the Rangers were really a non-factor in most of that game. So because the Blues got the lead and took it to them, it's just that's the style of play that you have to have. That's kind of what Ken Hitchcock was in the building last night. That's what Ken Hitchcock was trying to get guys to. But Ken Hitchcock got the buy-in from David Backes and Patrick Berglund and David Perron and TJ Oshie and those guys. And once you got the buy-in from those guys, those are your best players, things really started to go. Well, putting the guys like Toropchenko and Walker and Matthew Joseph on some of those other lines kind of pulled the other guys into that straight line style.
They got outstanding goaltending here in the last 2 games, too. Hofer won again last night, 4 straight for him. Bennington was terrific in Dallas despite the loss. They really are in great shape there in goal, aren't they? Yeah, Doug, they are. They've got, first off, from a cap standpoint, it's a low percentage of your salary cap going to goaltending, right? And then to me, they are a top 5 tandem, even though I know the numbers don't put it that way. Right, they are a top 5 tandem in the National Hockey League. They're fantastic. Jordan Bennington at Dallas game, I said to him after the game, it was just fun to watch. I mean, when he's playing hockey like that, he's just fun to watch. And they needed him to be huge. And Hofer was just big and calm in the net as well. Their numbers are similar, but you do have to look at the different teams they're playing. Jordan's still getting some of the heavier teams and stuff like that, but they're giving their team a chance to win every single night. And that's the biggest reason that the St. Louis Blues are going to be able to get through a rebuild, retool, whatever you want it to be, quicker than some other teams because they've got the goaltending and they know they do. They give themselves a chance, and it's an awesome thing to see this goaltending tandem go to work every night.
Chris Kerber, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN. Kerbs, the trade on Saturday morning, Cam Fowler coming over the Blues, sending a second-round pick and a prospect, the nephew of Tim Biakapatuka, formerly of the Michigan Wolverines, going to Anaheim in exchange. Your thoughts on that move and the reasoning behind it?
Well, Doug Armstrong was pretty clear on this one. He looked at the way that, the coaches this year have been using the defensemen. And it's both coaches. You're 9 games in, 8 games into Jim Montgomery's tenure there. And you're seeing the amount of minutes for Parayko and Falk and Broberg and Suter. And he said, okay, the coaches really aren't playing the other defensemen more. So even though there might be some trust, the minutes played really tell you kind of how things are going. And the Blues are going to be in tight games. They have to play tight games right now. They've got to play those tight games to win them. All right, so you can tell which defenseman they really count on in those key moments. And I think Doug Armstrong looked at that and said, okay, read the tea leaves here. The coaches are telling me, that this veteran aspect is needed. I think they bring in a guy that can just calm things down. His experience is strong. His experience is good. And you just get a little less yips, and a little less yips will cut down on some opportunities. I thought Fowler played a terrific game last game. He had to waive his no-trade clause to accept the trade to St. Louis. It was a positive vibe around that as well. He's played 2 really good games, and it just adds depth because now, if Nick Leddy comes back, holy cow, are you really set? We don't know the timing of him. He remains day-to-day with an upper body injury that he's had a couple setbacks on. But if not, now you've got the depth to handle some other issues if it comes up. And look, they're still 2 points out of a wild card spot at the moment. And, they're only 3 points out of third place in the division, but Dallas does have 3 games in hand. But the reality of it is it's just added some real defensive veteran depth. And I do think, Tim, I think it does send the message that Doug Armstrong expects this team to be competitive for a playoff spot right now.
Yeah, well, that would be big. Chris, is there a player somewhere on the roster that has surprised you with his play this year, whether he's better than what you thought or maybe not quite living up to expectations? Is there someone that has caught your attention in that way at all?
Well, look, not knowing what we were going to see from Broberg or Holloway, right? I think obviously those 2 guys have been talked about a lot, and you've got to keep looking at them, from that standpoint. They've just been absolutely outstanding. At the time you signed 2 restricted free agents, And even Doug said, look, yeah, you got to overpay a little bit to get him, but this fits the mold of what we want. I don't think either one of those guys right now, right, is underperforming based on their contract even. So I think that part's fantastic. I think, obviously, you saw Brandon Saad get scratched the other night. I think there's more to get from him, and Jim Montgomery is communicating that and expecting more kind of to get him going there. But all in all, I think you've got to be happy with the direction of what the team is doing here. And, now it's a matter, and I talked to Ken Hitchcock last night about the team a little bit, and I said, well, what has to happen? He said, well, you got to get back to the habits. And they start with practices, and it starts with, just some of the little things to play the game, and make the right decisions. And he says, and then when you get those habits going, then the coach can push. And right now, a new coach is he's building relationships, and then he can push. And I think he's getting some really good early results.
Chris Kerber with us every Monday at 8:15 here on TMA. Blues getting the win last night against the Rangers, taking on the Devils tomorrow. Pregame here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. Kerbs, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much, kind sir.
All right, you guys have an awesome week. Are we doing a show next week?
We are. Martin and I are in. Doug, you were vacationing in the Hamptons, right? Yeah, Doug will be in the Hamptons next Monday.
Doug will be in the Hamptons. Well, Doug, enjoy the Hamptons, and then I'll talk to you all next week.
Detroit, you'll be in Detroit, buddy. If I'm not, I don't want to go through the whole schedule. I could read it top of my. I can get you to all 82, but I'm pretty sure you'll be in Detroit at this time next week.
Mm-hmm. We'll be in Detroit, play one more game, and then come home for the 3-day break. It'll be great.
Nice. Thanks, Kerbs.
All right, guys. Have a great week.
That's Chris Kerber with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Chairman Kurt welcomes you to call in and talk to him. And then if you're deemed worthy, Chairman Kurt, he puts you on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Jackson's drop auditor is in the YouTube chat, not happy with the lack of...
Like a what? Drops?
It was the same drop that said 2-pound carrot cake. Ah, well, R.I.P. drops. That's from Jackson's drop auditor.
What is he even talking about?
I think you've had a decent blend today.
I felt like there were some good drops.
Not too, and they were well timed, I would say, so far today. You didn't overdo it just for this. All right, just give him a little vomit of drops, Jackson.
Oh, that's sensitive right now at my house.
That's a good one.
Can you hear me good?
Vivian Azure.
Thank you. Thank you for the delicious fries.
Yep.
Good enough for you?
Why music behind
whatever your name is.
Was the 2-pound... Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I am new here. Was the 2-pound carrot cake a little kid doing a Mike Claiborne impression?
Correct.
That's correct.
Yes. Okay.
That was at a TMA Live at Hot Shots in Fenton. Was that 2019?
I don't know the year.
2021.
It was 2021?
Yeah, because I was there.
Wow. All right. There you go.
It was like our last TMA Live before we came over to Hubbard.
How about that?
Did somebody bring their kid?
Yes.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Not Lil Beer Cats.
Young Eli.
Beer Cats. Young Eli. Nicely done, Jackson.
Sounds like a future rapper. Young
Eli, yeah.
If I was involved, I tend to.
Is there a Lil everyone like Lil Biff? Is there a Lil Warsonwood's Wacko? Is there a Lil Licks? I mean,
if you're asking if they have children,
well, I mean, do they have handles? Like Lil Beer Cats is a thing. Are there any other Lils out there?
Would it be at all possible to hear the original 2-pound carrot cake?
2-pound carrot cake. Oh, wow.
Just dunked on you.
Yeah, how's that feel?
It's so good. Maybe the best of all time.
From the Lipstick Lass, Jackson is doing such a good job. How about that?
Thank you. That's a little attaboy,
It's a guy.
We've met her. We actually know she's real.
Yeah, Lipstick Lass is quite real.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a Lil
Lipstick?
Lipstick?
It's
an upset. Lil Lipstick Lass.
Maybe.
Could we, what was that, a kid doing an impression of the Mike Claiborne drop?
Yeah,
very observant, Martin. Great observation. That's from Brian Henson at CBC on CBC Crime right there. Where's a Douglas schedule reading? That's from Saucy Jack.
The whole damn thing plays on TMA all day, 105.7 HD2.
And like 0.01% of the audience is probably...
Yeah, I don't care what that. Who said that?
I think they want to hear a little schedule reading.
Well, they can get suspended. How about that?
From Saucy Jack.
Hey, Doug, don't be afraid.
Eventually, my kids will be texting in his little ball sacks. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ball Sack. I actually play Tim's voice to my son instead of white noise when he sleeps. Hope he grows up to be just like him, Doug. That's from Mr. Lick.
It's awful. Just awful.
Send your emails in for both the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And Jackson and I return with QFTA. That's the Tim McKernan Show podcast, YouTube.com/TMASTL. That's going to go off at 11:15?
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, I didn't know if you had things to do. I was checking with you, baby.
Yeah, I mean,
you're the beautiful baby here, not me.
I can get 11:20-ish.
11:20, Doug.
Well, I gotta do
Push
some
the tea time
things.
back a little bit.
No, there's
Well, he
the
asked
stuff.
if he had to do things.
Well,
and he
there's
said,
stuff,
no, I'm good.
but it's uninteresting and no one gives a damn. But I do have to do some things that have to get done before 11:15.
Well, that's fine, but then I want the people to go, oh, they're running late. Maybe they're not doing it. So
11:20. 11:20-ish.
That's 11:20-ish.
Give or take.
All right, fair enough. Now you've been briefed. Ladies and gentlemen, this program's The Morning After, and it is 101 ESPN.
Hey, you know what? The holiday is coming quickly. You know what stresses you out? What if you got a party planned and that furnace goes out? The weather gets cold, and all of a sudden it breaks down. What are you going to do? I got it real simple for you. The folks at Classic Air Care know how to take care of you, and here's why. They've got a 24/7 hotline. That's right. They've got an emergency hotline. They know that things happen after hours. They know that things happen on weekends, and they know that it's still your home and you want them fixed right away. You can go online to classicaircare.com, call the hotline, and they're going to find a way to get you taken care of. That's why they take care of my house. It's like insurance without even having it. A little Yogi Berra-ish there, I guess. But the reality of it is when you have an issue, you call them. It's Classic Air Care. How good are they? Well, how about a 4.8 Google rating? They've got to earn those ratings. They've got to earn the right for people to go on, type in their thoughts, and have that many positive ones. A 4.8 Google rating, and you can read some of those reviews at the top of their website at classicaircare.com. You can buy filters right from their website. You don't have to go to the big box store and wonder what size do you need. They'll just ship it straight to your house. It's full service, and it is there for you. They will make sure that your home is comfortable. So give the guys at Classic Air Care a chance. Give them a call. Keep them in mind if an issue comes up. Go onto their website, classicaircare.com. They'll take care of you very well, like they do my family and Alex Ferrario's family and many others around town. Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. NBA Cup semifinal action on Saturday with the Bucks defeating the Hawks 110-102. Giannis Antetokounmpo with 32 points. And then the Thunder defeat the Rockets 111-96. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 32 points. The Bucks and Thunder will meet in Vegas tomorrow night for the NBA Cup. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, is this Tom's Diner by
I don't
Suzanne
know.
Vega?
I don't know who it is.
Some call it the Jam.
This is also the Jam? I thought it was Terrence Trent D'Arby wishing well.
I think they're both kind of the Jam.
Can You Stand the Rain by New Edition is the actual Jam, officially.
Okay, all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is The Morning After. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, who is bouncing in his chair like he's riding a Sibian.
Mm-hmm.
And Chairman Kurt taking your phone calls. And Cody wants to hold Jackson accountable for botulism?
Yeah, we got a botulism conversation about to take place.
Good morning, Cody. You're on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Hey, how we doing, boys?
Oh, we're fine. You?
Boy, where's the dump?
I'm doing well. Heading over to a plumbing job. So that's where the botulism kind of thing comes in, you know.
Sure.
I don't understand why you're so against it. I mean, I'm sure you did. Did you do 12 bars, Jackson?
Huh? Are you coming out as pro food poisoning? That's a bold stance to take, but you know it's 2024.
I'm pro boot and rally. I'm an avid boot and rally.
You're all resiliency. I respect that.
Yes, and I was at the wheelhouse. I didn't see you with any bottle service either. So that's why I was wondering if you had too much to where you couldn't even go to the bottle service yet.
Right. Yeah. Was that the issue? Is that you got a little lit up on boat drinks and you couldn't go to the bottle service around at Wheelhouse?
Yeah, it's kind of it. You know, I had one too many rum runners.
You go.
Yeah, mixing rum into some sort of slushy, and the next thing you know, you're just staring at the ceiling fan.
Yeah.
Hey. And it happens to the best of us, bud. But that's why I just wanted to call in. And if you need any plumbing work with any of your puke needs, we'll take care of it for you. Right,
there's a slogan. What a slogan.
Just don't mention any brands, or I'll have to dump you.
Has it ever been used?
I didn't want to name drop because I didn't know how this would go. So
right.
I wanted to keep it civil.
All right, thank you, Cody.
Nice. Good stuff.
Cody's a friend of the show, Martin.
I thought that call was going to go one way, and it actually turned out pretty solid for what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, an interesting accent. I don't know, like a hint of New York, a hint of Chicago. There's a little something going on.
A lot of energy.
Yeah.
Lots of energy.
Hey, if you got the botulism and you need some plumbing done, you give us a call. Oh, perfect.
Is this guy drunk? That's from Ray King. Early leader in the clubhouse for Caller of the Year 2025. That's from Mrs. Gianni Shanahan. I mean, Jackson, you were really taken to task for your listener of the, or whatever the year-end award nominations. And you're facing a class action lawsuit from Caller Adam?
Oh, you are?
Yes. Yeah. Well, no subpoenas have been laid yet, but I know something's coming, and me and my team are preparing for it. And just know that this is going to be there'll be swift justice served out.
Swift justice.
Not in my direction.
Settle out of court, give him a coupon somewhere, maybe?
I'm going to wet my beak, that's for sure.
Hey, Jackson, there's this new device that tells you when chicken's done. It's called a thermometer. Thanks, that's Mr. Siders.
I know, but I don't even like to. I give myself like a buffer of 5 degrees, and I'll go 5 degrees higher. And now, listen, I'm okay with a little bit overdone chicken if it means that I'm not on the vomit comet.
Really?
Yeah, 100%.
Has it ever happened to you where you had chicken? And
No, it's because I'm vigilant, and I don't allow it.
What's never happened to me, and I'm not vigilant.
Well, that's results-oriented, and I don't live that way.
Clip that off. Cody, go choke on peppermint schnapps after striking out at Wheelhouse, handing out business cards. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener. He did not enjoy Cody's call.
Apparently not. Apparently he did not.
I thought it was going to be more hostile towards Jackson, and it was more of just a botulism conversation,
Jackson,
which was not on the lawn.
what are you talking about? When you're at the Wheelhouse, do you hand out business cards?
I've never had a business card. I don't know what it would say.
Yeah.
You know,
what it would say.
You know, like
Take Smith.
Yeah, warm body. That's more or less what I am.
Might be an interesting little card.
Well, a dedicated warm body, but a warm body nonetheless. So
Drop master.
I was wearing a a 101 jacket at the grocery store the other day, and someone stopped me. He goes, "Where'd you get that? Did you get it from ESPN.com?" And he goes, "No." I was like, "No, I work for 101." He goes, "Oh, okay," and then just walked around, and turned. He wasn't that interested. And then I fully turned to talk, and then I realized, oh man,
he's gone.
So
you wanted to explain more.
I was standing there with some milk in my hand. I didn't have one of the baskets, so I was just had all my groceries loose in my hands like a professor running to class, and I looked like a fool.
What are you, the overnight guy doing updates and stuff?
Yeah. He wasn't too interested. I think he just wanted to also purchase a jacket.
Jackson's business card would say professional simp. That's from the 636.
I don't know. More or less. I don't really think I simp for anybody. I think some people don't know what simp means, but
I don't know what it means.
All right, well, why don't you help Martin out?
You guys
Jackson?
say it a lot. I always act like I know what's going on.
We have cucks. We have simps. Ah, yes.
Yeah, so a simp.
Kind of like the Bloods and the Crips. You have you're on one side or the other.
Yeah, Capulets, Montagues. I would say that.
Now, what was that?
Capulets and Montagues.
You just dropped a Romeo and Juliet reference.
Yeah, Doug, I told you to bump up on your Shakespeare before the Christmas holiday.
Okay, sorry. Brush up on your Shakespeare. Start quoting him now.
I don't even know what that's a reference to. That sounds like Hal from 2001. I continue.
You're using a quill pen over there.
I digress. A simp is somebody who really stands up for a woman who they are actively not sleeping with. Like some would say that you could go get their dry cleaning for them and bring it to their home, and then they say thank you, and then the person who's actually coming over to sleep with them goes and does work while you drive home and maybe pick up rotisserie chicken of some sort.
Oh,
simp
I
as
picked
in,
that up yesterday.
So simp, like a simpleton, not a sympathizer. SIMP.
It's more of an acronym that I'll explain to you in the break.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But there's that, and then there's white knighting. That happens a lot on Twitter.
And what is that again?
Standing up for somebody, oh yeah, that guy sucks. You're the best.
That's okay, isn't
it? Yes, in a vacuum, yes. But then there's ulterior motives that it's you're sad.
I think Dennis Miller was ahead of the curve on a lot of that. He would always do that. People had a cause to celebrate. Got your Tibetan worry beads out today? He was always mocking people who were overly concerned about injustice that they knew nothing about.
Right. And it all plays into the parasocial element of it all. It's all messy.
Doug, what is this parasocial element of it all?
People think that they know a lot of people, and they don't.
People think that they know a lot of people, but they don't. My God, is this so abstract?
How do you know if they know a lot of people or not?
Well, it's this guy broke her heart. It's guess what? You don't know either of them, and they don't know you, and let's keep it that way.
Are we going back to the Brianna chicken fries?
There's the Sabrina Carpenter, Barry Keoghan breakup.
And Doug Grace was performing at Helium St. Louis on Friday night, and she referenced the Brianna chicken fry breakup. Am I correct on this?
Yes, I did. Correct. Yeah, I saw that on TikTok.
I'm pretty much lost at this point.
But that's the thing. It's people live on the internet and they think all of this is real, and it's all fake.
Do you feel Zach Bryan has been vindicated by Brianna chicken fry?
Probably. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
I thought you were so involved in it that you had to
No, I checked
turn
out.
Away.
I checked out weeks ago. I checked out of it once a diss track was dropped. I checked out. I was like, all right, this is too much.
Country diss track?
It was 6 minutes long.
Smallest man in the world.
Yeah, it was 6 minutes long. I can't listen
Chairman
to that.
Kurt, are you still monitoring this? Because Jackson had to turn off. It's how you had to go take the Reddit app off your phone.
It's true. Yeah, it sucks. I'm missing out on some great FIFA tips.
Yeah, I'm still locked in, but I don't like hearing any Brianna slander, so it just gets my dauber down a bit.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Grace, quit chasing clout and just do your thing.
I had a friend go to that show in St. Louis.
Look at Martin's face while he listens to this, trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
I had a friend who went to it in St. Louis said she was really good.
I can't with the accent. It seems a little over the top to me.
She's Boston proud. A self-described masshole, that's the kind of the thing they talk about.
Masshole.
That's an FCC violation. I'm going to have to explain that to my kid.
I like that.
that's what
There's a lot of Boston people that are, that fits.
Well, it's kind of like your thing with Release the Hoosier. What's the New York version? Release the Vinny.
Release the Vinny.
It's kind of the same thing. Boston has their version of that.
God, this whole segment is going to need a decoder ring.
Well, good news. We have a caller, but Chairman Kurt doesn't have a name on the caller.
I didn't catch his name.
All right, he's on the Callion Thompson phone line.
Yeah, usually he and I just chatted up a little bit, but I figured I'd let you guys taste him today.
Oh, here you go.
Right.
Hello, caller.
Hello. Yes.
Turn down your radio.
Have we got let me turn it down. Have we got an update on the Mahomes situation?
Doug?
Is this Pestis or Chris?
Hurt his ankle, a high ankle sprain. They're not sure how serious. His availability is unclear at this moment.
Didn't he have something like that last year?
It seems like maybe he did, yeah.
Usually in December, there is an image of him limping off of the field.
But his ankle is not broken. It's not broken.
Oh, well, yeah, a lot of times a bruise or the sprain can be worse.
Yeah, could be, yeah. You big Chiefs fan?
So they're...
Never mind.
Take your question. Can I ask the gentleman, can I ask your name? I feel like we don't even know you.
John.
John, thank you,
welcome to the show.
Thank you, John. Are you a big Chiefs fan? Doug was asking.
Oh, I've been a Chiefs fan, since the NFL pulled Rams out of here.
Yeah.
We only got one team. You got to support the local team.
But they're not that local?
Yeah, it's local. It's in the state of Missouri, isn't it?
Yeah. I guess. It's nice to have a team, no matter where it is.
You can celebrate the what do you call it, the Tigers. They're in Columbia.
Think about that.
Well, that's true. Good point.
That's another interesting dialogue.
Cape Girardeau, it's just they're a damn good team to start with, that's for sure.
John, could you say Chicago is my kind of town? How does he say it, Doug?
No, Chicago's my town.
I like the Bears.
Oh, okay.
Likes the Bears. They're playing tonight. There's 2 Monday night games, and I can't figure this out. Why are there 2 Monday?
There are 2 Monday night games.
The Vikings and Raiders.
Vikings and Bears and Falcons and Raiders. What happened there?
What is the rationale?
I assume Joe Buck is on Vikings and Bears.
Doesn't that go back to the NFL, the National Fools League? They don't give a damn about the players. As long as he makes money. Yeah.
So, John, are you pro-botulism or anti?
I'm sorry?
Which game are you going to watch tonight? Bears, Vikings, or Falcons, Raiders?
No, I'll watch the Bears and the Vikings.
Okay.
Doug likes the over.
Vikings are pretty good. They'll win that easily, I think.
All right, to caller John, your question. I actually looked up the Mahomes injury history. He had the concussion January of 2021. He had it's described as pedal toe turf in 2021. He had a pedal foot bruise in 2022. He had an high ankle sprain in 2023. So there's been a lot in the foot area.
What was that? Was that during the middle of the season, the high ankle sprain in 2023?
Yeah.
I think so, yes. I think
this guy would be a good ass Tony. He's kind of got a little mumble there. I like it. I like John's dialect.
Hello, la, la, la.
Okay, I don't know who that is.
What's your favorite part of the show, John?
I like it all. I didn't like it at first, though, but you won me over. It's a damn entertaining show. I got up too late this morning. You get it at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, that's late.
But I'll listen to it all day. I'll be on all day.
Where are you from, John?
St. Peter's.
St. Peter's, okay.
Yeah, friend of the show, Doug. Yeah. Friend of the show, John.
It's nice to have you listening.
All right. Thank you for answering the questions. Have a great day, sir.
Well, thank you, John.
He's a gentleman. He's my kind of guy, Doug.
I've talked to John more in the last couple of weeks than I have my own family.
But is that the first time we've had him on the air?
Yeah, he usually just wants to talk to me.
Are you bogarting John?
Yeah, I'm a John gatekeeper.
Ever watch that Meet the Press?
What?
Never mind.
Mark, are you proud of your work when you hear that from 2 decades ago?
What was that?
Can you hear
I think that's when we would randomly call sororities in Columbia, Missouri, which I believe is frowned upon now for a variety of reasons, some legal, some just moral. And I would flirt with the girls answering the phone, and then Martin would reluctantly enter into the conversation by asking about Meet the Press.
More logistical problems. Who the hell has a landline anymore, too?
Yeah, I guess otherwise we would go back to calling the sororities.
Yeah, that's what's stopping us from doing it.
I really enjoyed John, and just his, I don't know. I couldn't tell if he was doing a bit when he wanted more specific Mahomes injury. I thought I detailed it pretty well, but I would enjoy hearing from John. Don't keep him to yourself.
Yeah, Chairman.
Okay, well, tomorrow around this time, I'll put him through.
There are a lot of people in town just completely into Chiefs football. There really are a lot of them.
Hometown team.
All the time.
My thoughts.
Now, how come that drop? You weren't facing the computer.
No look.
Yeah.
A little Jason Williams, a little white chocolate action.
I thought you had to be facing that screen in order to play the drops.
I saw the drop I wanted, clicked on it, and then by the time I hit the space bar, I was staring at you boys. Yeah.
You can play the drops behind your back.
Little Houdini over here. Little Houdini, but you can't get too comfortable. Though. You got to make sure you keep yourself humble. You got to keep yourself humble.
Should I send back the Britney Spears headset I ordered for you online?
No, I still want I just think that's a good look, even when I'm off the air.
You can also work the drive-through if things fall through.
It makes you look like you're terribly busy.
Yeah, exactly. If you have a Britney mic on.
Right.
Chiefs fan in St. Peter's. Who would have guessed it? From the 314.
What does that mean?
Guys, John is definitely related to Spread Your Legs guy. Let's see. Get this mother effer off the air. That's from Ray King. And Doug, he was at Hot Shots in South County.
He was. Tried to steal a kiss.
From you.
Mm-hmm.
He looked like a handsome trucker.
I spurned his advances.
Flannel.
Of course.
Doug spurned him.
Battlehawks are our home team. Thanks. Had some drinking with Scott in Wright City.
That's different.
Jackson's responding with drops. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Gabe DeArmond is going to join us. Coming up, Miller Moss spurns the Fighting Tigers for the Louisville Cardinals. Are you horse plowing me out there, Jackson?
That sucks. But the transfer portal, the season is young. You know, maybe somebody else. Maybe it's Sam Horn time, but it's not Miller Moss time, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's got to be 300 other quarterbacks out there looking to transfer.
Yeah, something's got to be done. Did get a W in the Coleman. That's a W.
That was good from St. Mary's was at Mississippi State and now coming to Columbia. But you need to solve the quarterback situation.
Badly.
That is significant. We'll talk with the Colonel. That's coming up. It's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. If you are looking for a gift for the holidays, Doug, Christmas 9 days away. A perfect gift would be Sound Story online at mysoundstory.com. Enter the promo code TMA and you get a 10% off your gift card. You can get an interview just done with audio, but now we offer video as well at Sound Story. Choose who you would like to do the interview, and then you come into the studio and do an interview, or you can do it over Zoom. It's a podcast interview with your loved one, mom or dad, or both, at mysoundstory.com. You get the gift card, and it's a gift that not only your parents or grandparents will love to have their story told, but also your children, your grandchildren, and generations for years to come to hear the stories of your family told in their voice. And should you choose the video, the image also saved as well with a 3-camera shoot. It's mysoundstory.com. Promo code is TMA to get 10% off a gift for the holidays. mysoundstory.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Time to relax, time to give the gift of relaxation. We're talking about me time with Massage Envy. Holiday season, looking for a gift idea. How about a gift card for friends, family members, colleagues? A great gift of Massage Envy means they can make the choice themselves. Get a massage or a facial or a stretch session. You can do this through December 31st. And when you buy $150 in gift cards, you'll then get a free $40 promo card back for you to use on yourself or add it to someone else's gift. Massage Envy, where better begins. Stressful this time of year. Nothing quite like a massage to just reset your life. Relax with Massage Envy, and then give the gift of me. So you're stressed out, get a massage. You're stressed out about buying presents, just give them the gift of me time. See, it settles all of it in one stop. Massage Envy, offer good in location only, not available online. Terms apply. You can see franchise locations for details. Thinking of a gift idea? Give the gift of me time at Massage Envy.
All right, we got a lot going on here, Doug, so buckle up.
Okay.
Number one, I went down to what Doug always calls the Little Lizards room.
I never call it
during
that.
the commercial break. Martin, you missed this. You just re-entered the studio, and someone shaved in the bathroom.
Oh, like a bus stop.
It looks like if I were to trim his beard. And the thing is, there's only a handful of people who can be suspects. You know, like I could be a suspect because I have facial hair, but you guys would not be. I guess Chairman Kerr, but it would. They were longer, like follicles.
Riz shows out this week, so the pool's even thinner.
Wow, you're right.
Oh no,
Casey's the only one on WIL.
He's safe.
Yeah,
Casey or
the Arch.
The Arch.
Well, then you have other staffers.
Yeah. We got so Jackson was pissed about this when I came back. I mean,
he was going to get to the bottom of it.
We're living in a society, and there are rules.
Did you hear that, Jackson Burkett? He said we're living in a society.
There are rules, and they don't have to be taped up on the wall for you to know them. And one of those rules is shaving, fingernail clipping, nose hair trimming.
Oh.
That is all home bathroom activities. That's not a road game play.
But if you just clean up after yourself, nobody knows you did it.
The little shaving is harder than any other because little hairs will pop up. You can swipe. If you have darker hair, it'll really show up. You can swipe, and there'll be a little hair. It doesn't matter. You just shouldn't do it. I don't. You know, character is defined by what you do when no one's watching, and so if you clean up and try to do it in a clandestine manner, I still think that's garbage.
Oh, I don't know about that. We live in a society.
I know. And apparently, some people just forego the rules.
But we live in a society where you got to fix Martin's camera.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
And mine. My head's still on fire.
You'll have to deal with that.
Is Dave on hold?
Brando. Yeah.
Through all of
Marlon Brando, not our friends from the Courtney Show.
Tim Brando.
Colonel's with us, and I'm sure he's thrilled that he gets to listen to this discussion of somebody trimming their shrubs in our bathroom. Gabe DeArmond, presented by James Carlton, with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Colonel.
I do love that we start off with we got a lot going on here, and then I can just sit and listen to 3 minutes of your shenanigans.
Oh, no.
I have nothing going on. I'm good. I actually was going to call in and just listen to the rest of the show.
Oh, he's scolding us.
How about that? Colonel, you had plenty to deal with this weekend when Miller Moss announced he was going to Louisville, and the next thing you know, now you've got PowerMizzou.com subscribers in full-on panic mode. Your reaction to the decision by the former USC quarterback choosing to go to Louisville instead of Missouri?
First of all, it's a shame that he was the only quarterback in the transfer portal, and Missouri didn't get him. Look, the reaction, and I wasn't shocked by Louisville. Like, I had people ask me, what do you think? And I said, look, I don't know. Like just a guess, it felt like Louisville to me. When he left here and didn't commit, and Louisville had been kind of talked about the whole time, I just thought I felt like that was where he was going to end up. But I think it's more about the fact that he was identified as the top guy by Eli Drinkwitz, and then he missed on him when he has missed on other portal quarterbacks over the last 2 or 3 years. I don't think this is really about Miller Moss. I mean, he's fine. He might end up being a really good quarterback. He might not. I have no idea. But you throw him in there with 20 other guys. In fact, I think Plan B, I like Plan B better than Plan A, to be honest. Now, Eli Drinkwitz, Kirby Moore, those guys know way more about football and quarterback play than I do, and it's up to them what order they bring them in. But Fernando Mendoza from Cal, there's a lot of things I like about him, and I think fit for Missouri better than Miller Moss would have.
So Fernando Mendoza was at Cal, and I follow this very closely, but I'm sure plenty of people in the listening audience aren't familiar, number one, with him, but also the circumstances, whereas Moss was choosing pretty clearly between Louisville and Missouri, per your reporting. Mendoza's in a different spot, as there may be some more competition for his services. So if you could, for the listeners, give the status update on Mendoza.
Yeah, it's not quite as much competition as I thought it might be going in. He's a Miami native. I talked to one of our guys that covers Miami last night, and he said it doesn't look like Miami is going to go on him. The dad played at Miami, and like they don't want to waste his time when they probably won't take him. So Miami probably out, which is good. Indiana is in there. His brother is a freshman quarterback at Indiana, so there's the draw of playing with your brother. But also, it kind of occurred to me, you want to go somewhere where you're blocking your brother from playing time for a couple of years. I don't know if that would be the case. Georgia's been mentioned a little bit. They have Gunnar Stockton. I'm not sure what the confidence level there is. They recruit big time quarterbacks every year, but they also can go in the portal and get probably what is the top guy maybe. And then I've been told a return to Cal is not out of the question. Cal is going to do everything it can to put together a package and convince him to come back. So it really comes down to visits are allowed through Sunday. If Missouri has a shot at Mendoza, they need to get him on campus this week.
Is it for certain, Gabe, that the quarterback next year is not part of Mizzou's team now, even including the recruit, Zollers, and then a guy like Sam Horn? I mean, if it doesn't happen now, it's never going to happen. Is he completely out of the mix?
No, I don't think you can say for certain. I mean, whoever gets they could land Caleb Williams. I don't know if that's legal, but there are no rules anymore, so why not? Caleb Williams could come back and play at Missouri, and he would still have to go win the job in spring football and fall camp, right? The goal is certainly to land somebody that is considered the favorite to be your starter next year, that going into spring football we will all look at and say, yeah, he's probably the number one guy come August 30th. But if Sam Horn or Drew Pine or anybody else on that roster go out and outplay him in spring ball and fall camp, hey, good problem to have. And people say, well, nobody's going to come here if they're not guaranteed the starting job. Well, here's how recruiting works. You tell a kid anything you need to tell him to get him on campus. You can promise that kid you can promise him every snap next year. Then once he gets here, he don't have to be your starter. If he gets beat out, he gets beat out, So it's not out of the question, but I think you can't count on Sam Horn. I mean, he hadn't played a meaningful snap since he was thrown to Travis Hunter in high school. He's coming off Tommy John surgery, and if they believed that he was a surefire starter, then they wouldn't be out in the transfer market.
You think Brady Cook gets a chance to play anywhere next year professionally?
I think he'll be in a camp in the NFL. I don't think he's an NFL quarterback, but there are a lot of guys that kind of, hey, everybody has to fill that third string role or the practice squad quarterback or whatever. I think probably some of it depends too on how important it is to Brady to do that. I think he'll get a shot, but the conversation we're just having about Horn, like, it's applicable to Brady Cook too, right? 2 years ago, Drinkwitz tried to find every guy he could to replace Brady, and he didn't get any. But I mean, Brady just went out there at every turn where Missouri fans, coaches, everybody else tried to replace him. All he did was just go out and win the job. So that's where Sam Horn's at. They can bring in whoever they want. You go win the job, you win the job, and hey, you can become this thing that everybody thought you were 3 years ago.
Gabe, we have some breaking news. Literally here with
I don't like that.
Well, last 10 minutes, Kawan Lacey plans to enter the transfer portal per On3 Sports. Jackson just slammed his hand on the council here. I know that was reported about 6 days ago that it was a possibility, and now, per Hayes Fawcett, On3 Sports, he is entering the transfer portal.
So here's what college football is in 2024, guys. That was posted on our message board. So I reached out to a source at Missouri, and I said, look, I'm sorry to bug you with this, but somebody's saying Lacey's going to enter the portal, blah, blah. Got a text back either later that day or the following morning that said, just talk to Quan. He signed his deal for next year. Everything's good. And now he's in the portal. I mean, that's how it works, right? Nothing matters. There are no rules. And look, I don't blame the kid because here's what else this could be related to. So yesterday, Kanye Udo, the running back from Army, 1,100 yards, 10 touchdowns this year, goes in the portal. It is reported last night, I confirmed it with his agency last night, that he is taking a visit to Missouri on Wednesday. We had the conversation of, does Missouri take a transfer running back right after the end of the season? And I said, I wouldn't, because if you take a transfer running back, if I'm Jamal Roberts and Kewan Lacey, I look at that and go, all right, I'm out. Like, you brought me in, and now for the second straight year, you're bringing in a guy that you want to play ahead of me. I'm gone. I'm going to go find a place I could play. And I wonder if that's not exactly what happened. Lacey sees, hey, they're bringing in this junior guy that ran for 1,000 yards. They obviously don't think I can play a bigger role. I'm out.
You think they change the rules at some point, the transfer portal? They've got to finesse it a little bit, don't they?
I mean, in what way? Because, like, Eli Drinkwitz could take a job tomorrow. Why can't the kids?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, and this is toothpaste you can't put back in the tube. I mean, you've given them this freedom of you can transfer any time with no penalty. I would have no issue if they went and said, okay, you can transfer once for free. If you go transfer again, you're sitting out. So that doesn't impact Kewan Lacey. It would impact Kevin Coleman. He wouldn't be at school here. Probably wouldn't have been at school at Mississippi State. I wouldn't have a problem with that. But again, that's hard to take. Once you've given them that freedom, it's hard to take away. I mean, I don't know. I know it kind of bothers people, but it bothers people when it impacts their team, right? You're upset Kewan Lacey's transferred, and you're upset Will Winery transferred. Nobody was upset Kevin Coleman transferred for the third time in 4 years. Nobody was upset Caden Green transferred after 1 year. So, like Eli Drinkwitz has always said, hey, you can either adapt to it and deal with it, or you can, kind of get left behind.
Yeah, it's the nature of the beast at this particular moment. I would imagine at some point there's going to be something, but here's the thing. Like you were saying, Gabe, I don't know what the solution is because the toothpaste is out of the tube. As it stands, this story just coming out here that Kewan Lacey is entering the portal, and they're certainly talking about it. Gerard Hamilton, your cohort at PowerMizzou.com, working to confirm what has just been reported here. I mean, since the 9 o'clock. I mean, you came on at 9 o'clock and it just came out. So there is that story. If they do not get Mendoza, Gabe, do you think that it then goes to former Duke quarterback Malik Murphy? Where do you think they move?
I think Malik Murphy's involved. I think there is certainly a next tier of guys that, that maybe are not the proven Power 5 starter. That, a name went in the portal last night that our message board is really excited about. And Bo something from Penn State. I can't remember the last name right now. There have been so many. He's basically Penn State's backup quarterback. And he played a couple hundred snaps this year behind Drew Aller. And look, they've got a playoff game Saturday in which there could be a package of plays for him. And he said, I got to get in the portal because I'm not going to be the guy next year, and I got to find a place I could play. Our message board really likes him. I've talked to a few people that say, hey, he hasn't proven it, but he's a really good player. Jacob Peeler, Missouri's wide receivers coach, is following him now on social media for whatever that matters. There's video out there of him and Matt Zollers throwing together last summer. He's from Pennsylvania. They were the number one quarterback in the state of Pennsylvania back-to-back years. So that would be interesting. But I believe Mendoza is plan A. I believe Murphy and others will be there on plan B. I just don't know the others quite yet.
Gabe, I think Tim said it the other day, Mizzou sold their allotment of tickets for the Music City Bowl. Is there a decent amount of buzz from Tiger fans for the game in 2 weeks?
Well, I mean, you got to understand, like last year, the allotment for the Cotton Bowl was 11,000. Missouri sold out of those in like an hour. This year's allotment is 3,500. So it's not like they're going to pack Nashville. I mean, look, Missouri fans can drive down there. I think it's the bowl game most Missouri fans wanted. But, I mean, guys, this game is, 2 weeks away, I think, exactly. I haven't even thought about it. Nobody's bringing it up. Literally, I mean, at some point we'll probably preview the game. We'll go down and cover it. But these bowl games outside the playoff now, nobody's going to pay attention outside of that day for 3.5 hours. It's all about figuring out the roster for next year.
I assume they're still practicing. I mean, the team cares, don't they?
Yeah, they're practicing. Do they care? I don't really know. We don't get to see any of that. We've been informed our only practice availability will be 15 minutes for 2 days in Nashville, a couple days before the game, and we will not be at that because I'm not going to pay for 3 days of travel for the Music City Bowl.
There you go. It sounds like the Colonel is not necessarily looking forward to the showdown with Iowa.
It just doesn't matter, guys. Whatever. It's fine. On that day, people will be interested about it. For 3 hours after the game, it will either be, hooray, we won 10 games, or I hate this and bowl games are stupid and don't matter. And then we'll go back to, okay, who are they getting, who's visiting on January 1st out of the 4?
Colonel just summed up exactly where things are going to be, like Nostradamus. Hey, Illinois took Tennessee to the buzzer, the number one team ranked team in the country, on Saturday. And we will see Missouri and Illinois do battle. Jackson is not happy about the 12 p.m. start time for the bragging rights game. Has your thought on what the ceiling is for this team changed pretty substantially over the last, I guess, probably 2 weeks with the Cal second half and of course, what happened against Kansas?
Yeah, the potential ceiling's way higher than any of us thought it was probably 10 days ago. The SEC is, like I wrote this morning, somebody's going to be a really good team and finish 12th in this conference.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable. They have like 6 of the top 12 teams in the country in the net ranking. I saw a thing, Joe Lunardi said, he's got 10 SEC teams in the tournament as of today. Missouri's the 11th. That's how tough this league is going to be. The Illinois game is really the one that will, to me, be the separator between, okay, this has a chance to be a tournament team, and this should be a tournament team. You go beat Illinois, you're 12-1 non-con. You beat Illinois and Kansas. You should absolutely make the NCAA tournament. You lose that game, you're 11-2. Hey, you've still got a great shot. You go 8-10, you're 100% getting in. You go 7-11, you've got a shot. But that will be the one where I go, oh, that's the difference between goals and expectations.
Jackson, you feeling good about it?
Feeling okay. Do you think Caleb Grill's going to be available on next on Sunday?
It would surprise me. I don't know that, but it would surprise me. I think we're looking more
conference play.
Whether it's January 4th, Auburn, or maybe slightly after that, something around there would be more realistic, in my opinion. But again, that's not based on anything I know or have been told.
Opening the conference play with Auburn is going to be brutal. That's at Auburn, too. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I think they're the best team in the country by far.
Auburn put a hurting on Ohio State on Saturday.
Embarrassed them. Almost won by 40 points.
Sweet mother of mercy. Yeah, the SEC is something else. I saw Cal Parry doing an interview with, I think it was Scott Van Pelt, and he's like, I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
There are people that legitimately think it's the best conference in the history of college basketball.
Yeah, and that sounds like something like Orlovsky would say, but you look at the math, and it's something else when you go through the Southeastern Conference in basketball.
Right now, there are 10 teams that are either 10-0 or 9-1.
Yeah, they just had a stretch where they went something like 67-1 in non-conference.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Hey, man, it makes college basketball and conference play fun locally, and we'll get to see Missouri and Illinois do battle after Illinois nearly knocked off Tennessee this past Saturday at Assembly Hall. Gabe DeArmond every Monday and Friday here on TMA, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Colonel, appreciate the time as always. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Thanks for breaking some news for me.
Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do. We are newsmakers here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you miss anything on the program, you can go back and podcast it anytime you want. There is a 101 ESPN app. There is a TMA STL app. Download them both. And it's presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gossrau, Doug.
Yes. Saw Jason the other night at the party.
Yes, he was there.
Wonderful guy, and he runs a wonderful company. That's Schaefer Door Company. If you got a garage, that's a name you need to know. Schaefer Door Company. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and spell it for you. SCHAEFER. There's a couple other Schaefer businesses in town. That's why they want us to spell it. SCHAFER. That's their website, SchaeferDoor.com. They have that great Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. For whatever reason, it seems that usually if garage doors go bad, it's because they had a big weekend and now they're not working on Monday morning. So if you get stranded on a Monday, you call Schaefer Door. They'll get right out there and get you taken care of. Their number is 636-782-3608. I've used them a couple times. They came out, fixed my garage door, just lickety-split. They have wonderful technicians. They are not commission-based. They're not going to try to sell you something that you don't need. And they service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. They also handle the big warehouse doors, tall doors. Schaefer's experience in those types of doors as well. Multiple family members working there. The employees they have, many of them have been there many, many years. It's just a fantastic company because they take great care of their customers. Again, it's SchaeferDoor.com. Their number is 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the app here on TMA. Email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com comes your way at 10:45. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, you like a good Gallup poll, right?
Well, if it's run by the George Gallup organization. If not, it's not a true Gallup poll. This guy.
Fine. This one was run by ESPN. They interviewed a variety of major league managers to get their perspective on a variety of topics, certainly that we have been discussing on the program over the last few weeks, such as the rule changes they would like to see. Bron Washington, you remember him from managing the Rangers against the Cardinals in the 2011 World Series, was asked if it were your call, what would MLB's next rule change be? He said, give the pitchers all the time they need to make pitches. And I'd also like to get rid of that 3 times thrown over to first base junk. Experienced pitchers can handle the pitch clock after they see what's got to be done, but I think it just affects the young pitchers too much. Dave Martinez of the Washington Nationals said, it definitely won't be that golden at bat thing. I like where the game's at right now. I really do. First, with all the new rule changes, it took a minute, but definitely baseball is heading in the right direction. They were asked, which opposing hitter do you least want to face with the game on the line? Ron Washington said, and I quote, Mookie Betts, because he bust my ass many times.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
He busts my ass many times.
You can almost see a dart hanging out of his mouth while he's giving that quote.
Who besides you is the best manager in baseball?
Who's asking this?
It's a good way to preface
it.
Like
a fan in Section 400 asked the question.
Other than you, of course.
His agent was asking the question.
Washington said Bruce Bochy because he can manage a bullpen. Oh, and Terry Francona, those two guys can manage a bullpen. Derek Shelton said, with Tito Francona back, it's hard not to say Tito, but I also like Kevin Cash. And then Rocco Baldelli says, because I also know him, played for him, I think Tito's the one that I would have to say because of the way that he gets the most out of all of his people. He makes people feel like they can do anything, and then they go out there and they actually do it over and over again. So unanimous, Terry Francona gets the vote. And again, the Cardinals had an opportunity to hire him in 2011 following LaRusse's retirement, and they chose.
Slip between their fingers is what it is.
Otherwise, on that
could have hired him in 2025.
For that matter.
Available once again.
For that matter.
Well, apparently he's
with
good.
the Reds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, that's not good.
I don't know if it really matters.
I don't know what rule changes. They could get rid of the 3 throws to first base, wouldn't bother me much. And they could maybe increase the time clock, give them another 5 seconds. But I like the time clock. I like the pace of the games now.
That's the way the game goes. So that's the way that you go about the game.
We don't know that unless we watch, Jack. We don't know.
Well, then you don't understand pitching, and that's okay.
You want to say that again?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry?
I think that's Doug's favorite job.
Yeah, it's right up there with Larry Connors getting.
That's Jack Flaherty and Derek Gould getting sideways. I don't recall who they were playing when that happened or where it took place, but
verbal sparring.
Verbal sparring. Yes.
Jack liked to have verbal sparring. Has he signed anywhere?
He is not, and there's talk of him going back to the Orioles. I was reading an article on The Athletic this weekend, probably the same one about Arenado and the Astros. And there's talk of Flaherty returning to Baltimore, where he did not pitch well. And then the Orioles say they don't hold it against him because the Cardinals ran up his arm, and he was gassed by the time they got to Baltimore. Hell, I don't know.
I thought the argument against younger players not being able to handle the pitch clock wasn't a thing because in the minor leagues they had it. I always heard that the veteran pitchers, they said, won't like this at all. The young guys are used to it because of the minor leagues. I didn't like it at first, the idea that you're going to force them to speed things up. But I have to say, the fact that the games aren't taking as long, I think the pitch clock, I'm with Dave Martinez on the golden at bat lunacy. But the pitch clock, I'm okay with.
Yeah, it's almost more important what the fans think than the players. Players come and go. Some of them are gone 6 months after they get here, never to be heard from again. You got to make the game interesting to the fans to make the whole thing work.
I think it's always an indictment of something if you want to cut down on how long you're doing it. You know what I mean?
Right.
If we just take a
Can we get out of here quicker?
macro view, like if I'm engaging in coitus, I'm not like, boy, I hope I can wrap this up quickly. I mean, and I probably can, to be honest with you.
Would depend on the gal. If it's a swamp donkey, you're going to say, let's get it over with.
Swamp donkey. Who wants that text inbox name? But I'm rarely watching a college football game going, God, I wish they would wrap this up.
Yeah,
you know
it doesn't
what I
look
mean?
it get tightened up. Right. Well, I
think it's an indictment of the game just from a general perspective. Oh, good. It's picking up the pace. Do it what you want.
I think there's one thing on length of game, which I agree, like needs to be shortened, but just like rhythm of the game to me is almost like the benefits of the pitch clock, giving it and sort of like, all right, you know there's a pitch coming here. Then you wait, then a pitch is coming here. There's like a natural rhythm as opposed to what it used to be of kind of scattered, a little bit more all over the place.
And baseball, unlike the other sports, one guy can just destroy the entertainment value of the whole product. You get one pitcher who won't throw the damn ball, and everybody falls asleep. You've destroyed the game. Who was that reliever the Cardinals used to have that would take a minute?
Gallegos?
Yes. I mean, it just destroys the game.
That's why I like John King, catching fire.
Jackson really likes John King, Martin. You're going to learn about this.
Yeah,
It was part of the trade deadline, the players that we scooped up. Remember last week? I did a deep dive that night. I forgot to bring it in with Kloffenstein, Sem Roberts. John King was part of that haul.
Yeah, crown the king.
Yes,
they weren't giving him enough. They thought he was like some lefty specialist. Let him close some games.
Well, maybe it's less about, that game went quicker. But the greater point you guys are making is that it's more enjoyable while it's being played out.
I just like the rhythm. I just like I know the pitch is coming. I know that we're not going to wait for it. Like he said with Gallegos. Like,
let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Number one, Notre Dame, Indiana on Friday night. And if it goes until 11:30,
yeah, so
fine by me.
Yeah, me too.
And then the next day, I already told my wife, I said, hey, I just got to tell you. Now, I know we all have, right? We all got invited to the Joey Vitale Christmas party.
I refuse to be invited.
I was just flat too busy.
I know we have that, but I'm just going to walk right into his living room and sit down with a scotch and just watch college football.
Elbow some people out of the way.
He's going to have a Winnipeg Jets game on, guaranteed.
WPG.
Sidney Crosby highlights.
Said, hey,
on a loop.
I got Penn State, SMU at 11. I got what do we got? Clemson,
Tennessee, Ohio State.
And then Tennessee, Ohio State. I said, I won't be available on Saturday.
And I respect that.
And I was informed that she's taking her older son to like How the Grinch Stole Christmas or something somewhere. So now I gotta tend to the younger
Jim
one.
Carrey can answer questions.
The Lil Vomit comet.
Can you give him some Diamond Tap and make him go to sleep?
Knock him out.
I'll give him the equivalent. My phone.
The old days, they'd give kids a little bit of whiskey, like they'd put it on their fingertip, and the kid would be knocked out.
There you go.
Just an idea. I did see on ESPN this morning the headline: Ohio State on upset alert.
Oh, they're on upset alert.
And then I never found out why, but they're on upset alert.
They are on upset alert. Which of the four would shock you the most as far as winning? Which of the four road teams? Because it definitely would not be Tennessee. Tennessee would be the least, right?
Yes, that'd be the least.
I mean, it also stands to reason. It's an 8-9 game. But overall, which one would shock you the most?
I guess Clemson beating Texas.
I'd say Clemson or Indiana.
Indiana
honestly.
beating Notre Dame, I think, would be just because
nobody's buying Indiana deep down.
Right. Well, you look at Indiana's best win. They have big point differentials, but do they have like that signature super cool win?
Notre Dame, similar to Tennessee for that matter, is viewed as a team that could actually pull it off by a lot of people, not by everybody. But I say if Tennessee won the national championship at this point, none of them would surprise me. I'm not sold on them, but I mean, how can you be sold on Notre Dame when you know they could lose to Northern Illinois? But from that overall standpoint, Clemson winning or SMU winning would be the ones that would
What's
stand
your
out to me.
lock? Give me a guaranteed win out of those 4 games. Penn State?
I go the same way. Texas at home against Clemson, they'll be Clemson.
Okay.
I would imagine that would be the one that I would have to take. As far as if you give me a dark horse to go to the Final Four, I will happily take Boise State. I feel like
you like their path.
I like their path. I am not sold on the Nittany, and I'm obviously not sold on SMU either, and that's who they would play. I like Boise State. I think they're flying under the radar relative to how good they are.
And Ashton Genty's mad he didn't win the Heisman. So he'll be motivated. He needs 130 some odd yards to become the all-time leading rusher.
Past Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
He congratulated Hunter, but he said I should have walked away with it. But then he said, "But congrats to Travis."
And I saw the exchange, and I don't think he was attacking Hunter so much as saying I really thought I should have won it. So I didn't take it as. Did you take it as like?
No, I don't think it was too derisive. I
think he's got a really good. I think both Hunter and Genty, for that matter, are like really quality character guys. I could be. I mean, it's not like I interact.
Yeah, I don't think
Jackson, is this a parasocial relationship I have with them?
Yeah, but it's kind of our gig. In a way.
To apply character traits to people we don't know.
Yeah, we act like we know them whether we do or not.
You got to blather. Blather until they say get out.
Well, we do know the guys from Munganesk, and we know they are high character
Yeah, I
guys.
agree with that.
Big facts.
Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganesk, Ryan Seiberg. I call them the muckety mucks. They are there. Whether you get your car from there or not, you really should. They have a fantastic selection of new and used cars at both Munganesk St. Louis Acura and Munganesk Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Even if you didn't get your car there, though, they can still go there to get your service done. That's what we do. And it's just a fantastic place. Great service department. And to make it really special, they have a phone number here that gives you immediate access to the top dogs, to the muckety mucks, to the big cheeses. And here's the number. I'll give it now. 314-252-0029. You're not writing the number down. We've been through this. You should know the number by now. Go ahead and write it down. 314-252-0029. You call that, you will immediately have access to the top dogs there, to the muckety mucks, Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganesk, and Ryan Seiberg, and they will take special care of you because you are a listener to this show. Now, in reality, everybody gets special care. But this makes you feel better because you'll be in touch with the decision makers there, and they'll do great work for you in your car. They've got a great little waiting room area with snacks you're going to like there. They got the big screen TV, so even if you have to wait to get an oil change or whatever, you'll be just as happy as you can possibly be. Here's their websites, stlouisacura.com, altontoyota.com. That's Munganesk St. Louis Acura and Munganesk Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
There it is. If you enjoy TMA merch, it's available for you at tmastlshop.com, such as this hat that I am sporting right now. tmastlshop.com, quarter zips, hoodies, and T-shirts and hats. tmastlshop.com. I have a new favorite text inbox name. The text itself was fine, but the name is what stands out. The text was, the Golden at bat would at the very least get people's eyes on the game, and Manfred needs it. And that comes from the cuck chair at the Holiday Inn, Watson Road.
It's true. Every hotel room has a cuck chair.
It does?
Yeah.
But this one came specifically from the Holiday Inn on Watson Road.
That one, they just redid it.
Send
It's
in
very
a pic.
nice.
Send in a pic of the cuck chair.
The Seibergs bought it and
I'm
redid
curious.
the hotel.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it's right next to Twisted Tree.
Is that right? They bought it.
Do you know where they sourced their cuck chairs?
I think the chairs were probably already there.
Buy them in bulk?
I'd think.
Well, we got somebody who would know because it's actually one of the cuck chairs.
Right, well,
Every hotel room has a cuck chair.
Yeah. This is well established.
Well, you want a chair.
Right.
Does any old chair have to be a cuck chair?
When it's right next to a bed.
Well, it's
And you
a
can-
hotel room.
Well, that's the thing.
Everything next to the bed. And
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just a cuck chair.
nightstand.
Well,
Yeah.
no, you can't.
Some
I mean,
of them
unless
do.
you were to like dangle your feet on there like you're a puppet.
I actually could.
Yeah. But no, every hotel's a cuck. Back me up, Chairman. Step in here.
Oh, we left you hanging.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm multitasking over here. I missed it.
Oh, he said no
I
thanks,
think I
Jackson.
heard cuck chair. So
Every hotel has a cuck chair.
oh, without a shadow of a doubt.
Okay, thank you.
How often do
Why
you
is it
suppose it's
strong?
used?
Well, that's a good question, but I'll put up a gal poll.
Not very often.
You're going to put up a gal. Is that going to on the Twitter
Have
tweets?
you ever been cucked in a hotel?
probably
Budget
a-
otherwise.
There's probably a lot of hotels that have never had a cucking go on there.
You think so?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's true. Well, we should go find like diners, drive-ins, and dives.
They can advertise that. Never a cucking here.
We can kind of go around America.
Email in if you are a cuck chair as well. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. This is TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN. Tim can have my hands until his get better. That's from the Wilmore Park bathroom attendant in the YouTube chat. Can we have some kind of... Can that be the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year for 2025 already?
Give up your hands?
He's going to cut off his own hands and send them to you.
I mean, it's just a minor little flesh came off under my sink.
But you are really plowing ahead.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you.
But you weren't doing any plumbing. You were just trying to get something out from underneath the sink.
Yeah, I think some orange vitamin water zeros.
Oh, gosh.
You ever
Is that
have
what it
those?
was, Doug? Was it
Those are
orange?
good.
I don't know what it was. I wasn't there.
Zark, you agree with me? Those are good?
Yeah, it's really good
Wait,
stuff.
the boys get those out, Timmy.
I like those.
Thank you, Jackson. I appreciate it. Guys, since you brought up the cuck chair, with the Christmas season upon us, it's a great time to reflect. Doug, I can't go down this road. I just opened up the text.
Don't go down the road.
Reading this way. Let's see. Are they talking about the chair proper? Are they actually cuck chairperson of this Holiday Inn on Watson and just using the short name? That's from Stepdad Gary.
It sounds to me like it's the chair personified. Like it's like the chair is texting in.
Like the
with a human vehicle.
This camera angle has me feeling like I'm hacked into Martin's webcam and I'm just lurking and waiting for him to get makered.
I have to fix it every segment, but I fixed it.
Well, why is it set like so it shoots at Martin's neck?
Well, yeah, I know. Like, why is,
well,
why does it get cold? I don't know.
Why does it get cold? There's probably an answer for that.
I don't know.
That one might be more explainable.
It's not something that like I can just flip a switch.
Can we talk to someone about addressing the issue so you don't have to stress over it?
Yes.
And
I still stress
Well,
over
does
it.
a smaller person sit there?
It changes per show. So he has different preset camera angles for the show.
Got it.
So I don't know why it started doing that, but I'll talk to the people
Did
who
Mickey
know.
Carroll used to host the morning show here? Is that
No, I don't know why.
I'll shrink down. Does that help? How about if I just adjust to the camera?
No, it's fine. It's fine now. I just don't know why I would do that, but I'll figure it out.
All right,
I'll talk to
Jackson's on
folks.
top of it. All right, Martin, you actually enjoyed this because you like when a coach goes, you know what, I screwed up. And it comes off of one of the best games of the weekend, ILL, losing at the buzzer to the number 1 ranked Tennessee Volunteers. I didn't know if I should be, as a Missouri fan, should I be cheering for Illinois or should I be cheering for Tennessee? You know what I
play
mean?
both of them, so
right. I kind of don't know if it matters.
Illinois winning would have been better because
the short term
bolsters, and I think Tennessee's going to have. I think Tennessee's going to have a bunch of really good wins this year, being in the SEC and how good they are. So I think Illinois was in more need of a great win.
Brad Underwood right after the game on not calling a timeout and holding himself accountable.
I should have called the timeout. Point blank, I should have called the timeout after KJ made the free throw, game tied, got our defense set. We got better today, even though they had 2 more points than us. Had the ball last and made the play.
You can tell he's distressed.
I didn't really like the end of the edit. I really didn't care for it. Sounded like he was about to say something else.
Jackson, that's when you come out of it and say, he went on to say,
damn it, Fiddles.
Is that Jamie Rivers?
Yeah.
Damn it, Piddles.
He sounded mad at himself. I like that. Should have called timeout. It was kind of Tyus Edney-esque. It was a little under 5 seconds, and Gainey just went the distance.
Yeah.
And he said, I should have set up the defense.
And the big guy for Illinois should have slid over. That's the main thing.
They're all afraid to play defense in the final seconds because the refs will always call a foul. If you just drive, they almost always call a foul.
But not usually in the last seconds. They often let the game play in the last second. I wish guys would actually go defend way harder. They give you a little more leeway because they don't want to make the big call.
It's why they don't defend harder, because they're afraid they're going to give them an easy free throw.
I think it's a terrible mindset. You have to go all out. Make the ref make the hard call. They don't want to do that. They don't want it to be like the ref show.
But they do
want
it
to
a
let
lot.
No, they don't. So rare do you see free throws be the last second shot of the game. So often they let the players play. I think the defensive player should have slid over and helped. Who are you hedging? They're not going to pass it with 0.2 seconds left. Defend.
Steve Kerr, the Warriors, loose ball last week. Outrageous call.
Yeah, the NBA is a little different, but college, I feel like the refs try to swallow their whistle more, and credit to them.
With 2/10, maybe, but I'm talking about with 3 or 4 seconds to go.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
When they drive, it just seems like you get such a quick whistle.
Yeah, and for the first 39 minutes and 50 seconds, I'm with you, but in the last 10 seconds,
I wonder why Underwood, though, didn't call a timeout. He clearly regrets it, but in that moment, does he say to his assistants, what do you think?
I like the timeout because you also force him to make a tougher inbounds pass. You know, I granted it's a baseline out of bounds, so you're probably going to let them throw it in. But in any circumstance, make them make the tough inbounds pass. One of the hardest things to do when you got a 7-footer jumping up around you.
Sometimes in the chaos of battle, they're just human. They make mistakes.
I get it. Yeah, totally.
No, I mean, I'm saying, did he have a strategic reason like, hey, I don't think it's necessary. It'll give Tennessee a chance to set up a play. Like, what was his thought in not doing it? And then in the postgame, he says, I regret not doing it. But I appreciate him saying it. And he did sound a little distressed, like with himself. Like, maybe would have given them a better chance to get it to OT and win.
I think I think that's healthy. I think fans appreciate it. I mean, I'm sure fans aren't like, oh, okay, that's better, because it's a heartbreaking loss. But I think, you know, and it means more than it's on me. You know, you know what I mean? Like I'm isolating in on a decision. I messed it up in the moment, and I regret that because we have the #1 team on the ropes in our building, huge momentum boost, and I screwed it up. And I like that as opposed to just like the coach falling on the sword in general, and you feel like it's not necessarily really heartfelt.
Yeah, it's pointed. He's telling about one specific moment
I like
was in his hands.
Dan Campbell had the same thing happen yesterday. I can't even say at the end of the Lions-Bills game because they just started the fourth quarter. There were 3 minutes gone in the fourth quarter, and the Lions had scored back-to-back touchdowns. And he goes for the onside kick, and he's asked about it. He goes, well, I really thought we were going to be able to get it, kind of like a Sean Payton after the half onside kick against the Colts, catching him off guard. It didn't work out, and then the Bills score one play later. And he's asked about it. He goes, yeah, I thought we were going to get it. Now knowing, I wish I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, that's isn't that the kind of thing though? Like with a real balls of steel coach, is there's a great side of going for it on fourth down.
It cuts both ways, but I mean that's the thing. I don't know. I tend to respect when somebody takes the action as opposed to waits for something. For example, yesterday Mike Tomlin decided to punt. And I don't think the Eagles gave him the ball back because Rich Gould was on the sideline and coaching up with Sirianni.
Staring a hole through Russell Wilson.
That's exactly right. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Martin, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45. You're a Design Air client just like me and Doug.
1904, that's when it began. Oh, we talk about the World's Fair, but also the beginning of Design Air. Since 1904, talking about thousands and thousands of satisfied customers. You don't last that long unless you're doing it the right way. Design Air is also the longest-running TMA supporter, advertiser of this show, and we encourage you to support them. When the furnace is acting up, you need a repair person to get into the home and fix the furnace. Not looking for them to give you a sales pitch. They don't do that. That's why they work with their technicians, never looking to upsell you. Reputation that is huge for Seth Goldcamp and the entire family. It's real simple. DesignAirService.com. DesignAirService.com to set up your appointment. This time of year, sure, it'll warm up a little bit like today. Then it's going to get cold again. It's going to be cold for months and months. Sorry to be depressing, but it's true. It's winter in St. Louis. Make sure your furnace is running properly. If you need a tune-up, an inspection, you might need an entirely new unit or just a repair. Either way, Design Air will give you a complete review and then an honest answer. It's DesignAirService.com.
Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor the email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Timberwolves defeat the Spurs last night, 106-92. Anthony Edwards, Ant-Man, with 26 points, despite a 20.12 rebound effort from Victor Wembanyama. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Martin, is this your last segment before you have to continue onboarding?
Yeah, sadly, it's only 9:03 on the docket because we've been in a full court holiday press.
That's right. Thank you for acknowledging it.
But I'm working on some stuff. I'm trying to get Rich Gould to be part of the program tomorrow.
He was on the sidelines at the link.
He was actually mad at Dan Orlovsky. Like, he never gets mad about anything. Boy, those Eagles are flying high.
Yes.
That's the ESPN cut line this morning. The graphic, you know what it said? Hurts so good. They've only used that 4 or 5 times this year. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles flying high. So, yeah, I'll work on getting hold of Rich Gould as I onboard.
That is Martin onboarding. And Jackson, you like this audio clip from a St. Louis caller into John Gruden?
Yeah, so John
What do we got here?
John Gruden does a Sunday call-in show called the Shred Line.
Shred Line?
Yeah, because he's always talking about shredding it, and I really enjoy that. And this St. Louis guy, is a Chiefs fan, surprise, surprise, was really upset about Mac Hollins, who plays wide receiver for the Bills. And he
was the one who got the onside kick from Dan Campbell's 12-minute onside kick yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
And for some context, he is famous for never wearing shoes anywhere. When he's not on the football field, he's always barefoot.
What kind of sense does that make?
He eats like food with his hands. He doesn't eat vegetables past like daylight. It's really odd.
What? How is that even a thing?
Like he only eats vegetables at night or doesn't eat vegetables at night. I don't know. But he's always barefoot. So this St. Louis caller wasn't a big fan and let Gruden know.
Yeah, Dan Campbell shenanigans, onside kicking it with 12 minutes left. And I'm a Chiefs fan, so you would think, why would I give a shit about that?
Hey.
Well, the answer's simple. Who grabbed the onside kick? Mac Hollins, and he almost ran it back for 6. And if I have to listen to one more week of that barefoot motherfucker, I'm not talking like he's a better person than me because he walks around with no shoes on like an uncivilized son of a bitch. All right? If I have to listen to that one more week, I'm going to drive my ass 3 hours from St. Louis and go watch a Titans game. And that show.
Oh, gosh.
There it is.
Quick drive to Nashville.
What was the response?
I think Gruden just went on Dan Campbell's onside kick. I think he ignored some of the Mac Hollins stuff.
So Mac Hollins says he's better than people because he's barefoot?
I guess that's that guy's interpretation of it. I really like Mac Hollins. He makes me. I think it's funny.
No, you probably don't have a feeling one way or the other on Mac
No,
Hollins.
I really don't feel strongly about
Well,
it.
they had a snow game the other day, and he walked into Orchard Park, wherever they play in Buffalo, and barefoot, walked in, no shoes.
Well, then it's getting to be a look at me thing at that point.
See, that's what a lot of people are going to point to, is that it's look at me. It might be, but he does like do this in the offseason with no cameras around. He's just always barefoot. He likes
It's a
to be
free
barefoot.
spirit.
I guess.
Why would somebody be that upset about it, though? Like to call in and swearing like crazy?
Of that barefoot motherfucker.
Oh. At some point.
I think it's a Chiefs fan worried that they're not going to have home field throughout. That's what I
real
think
concern.
it is.
They have 3 games in 11 days.
And who knows what the Mahomes situation is going to be.
But the Bills need the Chiefs to lose twice, right? To get them to the 3 losses.
Are you going to play Mahomes? Like, what if Mahomes doesn't play on Christmas? You know, like they have this whole Christmas game, and Mahomes is going to headline it, and he can't play because of his ankle. What's the NFL to do?
The perfect storm in a bad way for the Chiefs. All these games scrunched together, and Mahomes injured.
But what if Mac Hollins can't play because he stepped on the thumbtack? If you're the coach, wouldn't you say, hey, I want your feet protected? I don't want some injury to come up because you're too lazy to put on a pair of shoes?
I actually wouldn't be surprised if there's some language in his contract that allows for this. Truly, because of exactly what you're talking about. I don't know for sure. I'm speculating. I might even be crowdsourcing. But I definitely I could see that being the case because you're not wrong, Doug. Like, what if you get you better be up on your tetanus shots? Are you guys up on your tetanus shots? Is that too personal?
So.
Is that too,
I think so.
I think they last 10
lockjaw.
years. I think that 10 years you get.
I think so.
I burned my hand on the popcorn machine while I worked at the movie theater and had to get a tetanus shot.
Is that right?
Oh, it burnt.
Well,
for
Tim
something
just had
serious.
his plumbing injury.
Yeah,
it's a good time to think about
actually, it might be a good time to check.
Look at this. I'm putting my little hand up in the YouTube camera. Look how tiny my hand is. It's like a pincer. I can barely hold a pen. It's so weak.
So small.
Let's get Timmy a little tetanus shot today.
I read the other day by some guy talking about vaccines. Maybe it was even RFK
Jr. Martin's like, oh boy, I'm going to go on board.
I just want to know if RFK Jr. only talks about vaccines.
No.
You're like, hey, RFK Jr., what's going on? Hey, how about the Commanders playing good? This vaccine problem. And you're like, no, I wanted to ask you real quick about the price of gasoline. If it weren't for the vax. And you're like, wait a minute.
Go ahead, Doug.
Go ahead, Doug. I'm sorry.
They were saying tetanus shots are so overrated. You have such an infinitesimal chance of getting anything that it said unless you were over 65 and Hispanic male, the chance of you getting any problems with tetanus are like 0.009. Yeah.
Is big tetanus behind it? Is there like a shot industry?
Big pharma.
Time to take a break.
Big pharma.
Wow, Jackie wrapping it up.
No, that's a joke drop. That's not a real drop. That's a joke.
Okay.
That's a joke drop.
Guys, Jackson drives around with a mask on. It's from the Crystal City Glam Hammers.
Stuff.
Is that true?
Good stuff. Do these clowns want lockjaw? I don't care about what RFK says. I don't
That's
want
the sales pitch.
I don't want lockjaw. I don't want to deal with rabies. Like you guys.
Rabies. How many humans have you ever known had rabies?
Too many.
Point to too many? Can you point to one that's had rabies? One.
No, but that's a bad example. Like that, I don't know anybody who has had Legionnaire's disease, but I know it exists.
Do you know anyone that's had lockjaw because of tetanus?
French Montana sang about having lockjaw once.
But do you know of anyone who ever had it?
No, but that's probably because it's like the mortality rate is through the roof. I remember Michael Scott had a fun run for it. He goes, a lot of people are too scared to have a fun run or a fundraiser for a disease that's mostly eradicated. And I thought that was bold.
Gosh.
Jackson's part of the problem.
Yeah, let's ask the bear.
Let me tell you about the great people at Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gosrow and his team. Jason was at the TMA Annie's Hope Toy Drive for Hot Shots this past Thursday night. Hot Shots in South County at Schaefer Door Company, online at schaeferdoor.com. And they spell it SCHAEFER door.com. Now, it gets cold, and you go out to your garage. You open up the garage, and all of a sudden you hear a big crash, and then the door falls to the ground. You go, what in the world was that? If it's the first time it happened, you're like, what just happened? Well, here's what it is. It's the garage door spring break, and it happens a lot in the cold. And what you do is you go to schaeferdoor.com, and they are going to be out there super fast, take care of it, and then it's done. Or you can call or text a number that Jason set up specifically for TMA listeners. That number is 636-782-3608. That's 636-782-3608. That's going to get the quickest response time. It's Schaefer Door Company. They service commercial doors as well. SchaeferDoor.com. 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer. Martin, you going to go ahead to the onboarding?
I'm a little late for onboarding.
Okay.
You guys carry on into 9-4?
We have Jackson's weekend wrap-up, Doug. This is unlike any other show in St. Louis Sports Talk Radio.
I know we do.
No one else will talk about it.
Can you wear a mask while doing the weekend wrap-up?
That'd be so great.
I know we do errors and omissions at the end of the show, but I want to do lost YouTube comments that I think that have made me giggle.
This.
First of all, the people, Don Peavy saying he's such a little cis boy, he's afraid of his own shadow. I really like that, and I'm afraid of puppies. But when we were talking to Gabe, the Boston Market ad bot said it was Miller Moss afraid to come to Columbia because of the KFC. And I thought that needed to be highlighted.
The Boston Market ad bot is a star in the YouTube chat. This simp bitch definitely wears a mask when he buys hummus at Whole Foods. That's from Beer Cats.
I don't really like hummus. I'm not into chickpeas.
Oh, hummus is good for you.
I know. I wish I was more. I love dips, but I'm not really into hummus.
Well, it could give you rabies, I guess, if you had a sore on your finger or something.
If they have like a possum in the
Make sure
chickpeas.
they're Whole Foods chickpeas.
Jackson cruising around in his Prius by himself with a mask on. Sounds like a typical Friday night. That's from the
Whatever. I
618.
drive a car that takes unleaded gas,
How
brother.
about that, guys?
That's
This
right.
guy's a real American.
That is a
Jackie
flex.
Papers.
That's right. Red meat and unleaded 87.
How about that?
And a basketball in the backseat just in case
You
a
never know
game
the games
breaks
you
out.
won't have.
Always ready to hoop.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson and I are going to go on YouTube at 11:20 for the Tim
Ish.
McKernan Show podcast, 11:20-ish, youtube.com/TMASTL QFTA today. On a rainy Monday, it feels like a good day for us to snuggle up.
You are looking live.
You are looking live. That's coming up. You can send your questions, comments, anything in to T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Oh, Doug, you got your beat you requested. I got my Terrence Trent D'Arby from my wife, and you got your Drizzy.
I wanted this one bad.
Well, you got it.
Lockjaw.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Morning After, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides in for Martin while he's onboarding. And Jackson Burkett, and he has this weekend wrap-up coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, why don't we go with question one?
All right. A lot of talk over the weekend about the Heisman discussion. Was this the take?
I'm sensing that this isn't written out.
Well, it's not totally written out.
I was just looking at my TikTok while Jackson was asking the question. I still was able to pick up, without even looking, that my counterpart was on a bluff.
Well,
so I call. Doesn't matter. Doug, I'll be honest with you. I have 8-4 offsuit.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I can hit 5, 6, 7. I can flop trips, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to take this pot on the turn.
Is this the takiest take of the weekend? Is the Travis Hunter Heisman discussion stuff?
What is the take?
Oh, that he doesn't deserve it. That if he was not with Prime, that no one would even consider him a top 3 candidate.
Oh, is that right? I wasn't aware of the take.
Yeah. It's kind of like it's a very takey take because you're on one side, you're saying, well, he's this.
Who is one of the take smiths espousing this take?
Oh, you just just roll through the Rolodex of take smiths. You'll find one on one camp, one on the other camp. There was one guy who didn't even have Travis Hunter in his top 3 of his vote. He went Genty, Cam Ward, Scatabo. Travis Hunter was not included in his votes.
It's pretty easy to make the case for Genty. Pretty easy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's about to set all the records. No running back has ever won it that had more yards and more touchdowns than he did.
This was the closest Heisman since 2009. Doug, who finished in second to Mark Ingram in 2009? I'll give you 10-1 on it if you want.
Can we get a conference?
It's tough these days.
Can I have initials, please?
TG.
TG.
I ran into him around because I was up there at that night in
Ted
New York.
Graham?
And saw him at a restaurant. I was with former Billiken Chris Sloan, the Sloaney Pony, and my wife.
TG.
Tony Gonsolin.
Tony Gonsolin of the Dodgers.
That's a good picture.
Theodore Graham.
Nope. Toby Gerhart.
Nice.
Stanford running back.
He played a couple good years for Carolina.
Yeah, they loved him in the STL Today comments. He was the closest that Genty was to Hunter since, so it's been 15 years. Usually they've been blowouts here.
Oh, boy. So the 09 choice was Mark Ingram or Toby Gerhart? Yeah. Down year for college football.
They both had huge college seasons, though.
Yeah, but
just because they're not good pros doesn't mean they.
Toby Gerhart, he would steal some touchdowns. Him and Mike Tolbert. It really vulture some touchdowns if you're a fantasy owner.
I could see where Genty would be upset for not winning it. I could understand that.
I think if you're going with he only got it because his coach is Deion Sanders, that would be a take.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, but I'm not as locked in on.
Yeah, the take really is snaps aren't stats. That's what they talk about with Travis Hunter.
Heard that one, Doug? Snaps
I haven't
aren't
heard
stats.
it, but I like it.
But if you're playing essentially every snap and you're a top 2 cornerback at your position and a top 5 wide receiver on the other side, that's pretty good resume.
So who finished in third? Was it Gabriel? Did Gabriel finish in third?
I thought it was Ward. Am I wrong on that?
Well, either way. I will say this, and I think it's fair to say I watch the most college football on the dais. I'm not necessarily proud of that either, but I do. Lenora Sellers not being in the conversation blows me away. I'm not saying for the record, I'm not saying he should have been. It just was never talked about, and I'm like, I don't know if I saw anybody win against better opposition by making like Michael Vicking it. Really, I mean that's the best analogy I can make than Lenora Sellers. And I'm not saying that means he should have won. I'm just surprised that he didn't get the attention. That was Jaden Daniels. That's what I felt like I was watching with Lenora Sellers this year.
Towards the end of the season for sure.
And but I mean, they beat LSU and they're in the college football playoff if he doesn't get hurt.
Totally.
And I feel like that didn't get much attention, but Jordan Travis gets hurt for Florida State, and then they're just out. So we don't really count. We head to head. Well, SMU's seated ahead of Clemson. Okay, Penn State seated ahead of Ohio State. It's just so inconsistent. It's convenient and it's BS. But anyway, I don't think Genty's out of line. But I don't think the way that Genty was answering the question was like, I can't believe Travis Hunter. He's just saying I really thought I should have won it.
Do you think part of the thing on Sellers is because he's a freshman, they're thinking to themselves, he'll be back? Like we're not taking a guy away from a guy who's going to leave, like go to the NFL.
I mean, when you see who and how many people get Heisman votes, nobody has a better observation on awards than my counterpart Doug Vaughn on the local Emmy Awards. And I remember you saying, Doug, when you see and are aware of how they're voted on, at that point you can't take it really seriously.
Once you voted on it yourself, you realize, wait a minute, this is all a scam.
And so there's like, I don't know how many Heisman voters. I imagine that information is available, and I would be able to look it up, but right now I'm crowdsourcing. And then it's like, if you got a blog or a podcast, you can vote for the Heisman. And it just kind of becomes like a... Okay, I guess you got the number.
I'll set the over-under at 500. Do you think it's over or under 500?
I thought it was 700-ish.
928.
Okay, all right.
That's how many voters are on?
Yeah, correct.
It's like I'm on Twitter a lot, and this is the narrative. I shall follow the narrative, or I'm going to be, Colin Cowherd, and I'm going to go against the grain, and so I will vote for, an offensive lineman, and then be able to do a bunch of interviews on other podcasts to build my hashtag brand. It's just,
I wonder if they allow all these people to vote just so they can constantly talk about the Heisman Trophy, and then when it gets right down to it, the top guys at the New York Downtown Athletic Club just
they just get together and decide?
They just decide and say, we'll give this guy this many votes and that many votes, and we'll get the right guy in here.
Because, the truth is, if you watched Colorado play this year, you didn't really see a lot of Hunter on defense. And here's the reason. Remember Darrelle Revis?
Yeah.
They didn't throw when it was an island. Yeah. So you didn't really see it.
Yeah.
So you just knew that he was that good that they weren't throwing to him. And he was, it wasn't like he was ridiculous offensively, but because he played on both sides of the ball and he was causing receivers to be on an island, that became kind of the narrative. As far as who stood out to me on the best team I saw, it was Lenoris Sellers, and he wasn't even mentioned. And Dylan Gabriel's outstanding, don't get me wrong, but I think Oregon does just fine without Dylan Gabriel. Lenoris Sellers is out for South Carolina, and even in a game that he played for a half, and then they lose to LSU, and then they're in the college football playoff. So, but it's not a most valuable award. So that's the key there.
I do like the idea of someone winning who's not necessarily a quarterback or a running back, because it's almost always a quarterback or a running back. But Genty's put up some of the best numbers any running back has ever had.
And here's the deal, and I think you would agree with this. If he were doing it in the SEC or in the Big Ten, he would have won.
Sure.
Okay. And I'm not saying that that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that is the way that it is.
I didn't have a problem with the Heisman, but I'm going to go all undisputed here. The Biletnikoff Award.
Yeah, given to Travis Hunter.
Yeah, when the guy from San Jose State led receivers in the nation in literally every category.
Yeah.
And then Travis Hunter gets best wide receiver.
I thought that was very odd. But again, like the awards voting and everything around it, it's like, maybe this is all kind of fraudulent. Not fraudulent, but like not that big of a...
window dressing.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. That's the right word for it.
Sharon and Clayton with a hell... Is anybody aware of this? The real buzz around the Heisman is Hunter's girlfriend emerging as toxic?
Yeah, so here's the other thing. Here's the
Is anybody aware of this?
Yeah,
she didn't want to stand
What happens when you're out on a Saturday night and don't watch the ceremony? What happened?
There was like video going around. Like there's been like talk of his fiance who is like being like bad girlfriend, bad fiance, and like Deion Sanders had to like tap her on the shoulder for her to stand up when he won, and people are running with that as if they know these humans.
So you're going after Sharon and Clayton?
Not necessarily, but I think it's like
I wouldn't pick if I was Sharon and Clayton.
I just think it's the most like this is the parasocial thing where it's like these people don't know you and you don't know these people, so why are
You're yelling at Sharon and Clayton.
It's just so easy to be like, oh, no, I'm not talking about Sharon Clayton. Leave his fiance alone. Like people don't know her. It's so weird.
There was also some video, one of Colorado's last games. It looks like she was getting in Travis's backside about him talking
his backside. What, like a strap on?
Verbally, a verbal backside entering.
Metaphorical backside, Doug.
About talking to, I don't know if it was cheerleaders or some female fans, but she did not look pleased with that.
Yeah, I just find it to be so strange. And it's like...
She's a helicopter girlfriend?
There's like a trend with this, though, man. Like, I look at it like people crap and destroy Brittany Mahomes. It's like you people don't know who these people are, and they don't know you. Like, let them live.
Doug, you've been going after Brittany Mahomes for years?
I've had enough, frankly. What'd she do?
Yeah, exactly. It's so odd to me.
Is it possible that at the ceremony she didn't really know what the protocol was. Didn't know, should I stand up? Should
There's
I not
1
stand
million
up?
possibilities as to what it is, but nope, let some guy speculate on Twitter who created this Twitter account 6 months ago.
Is this pals required to say parasocial twice a day? Jesus!
Yeah.
That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. He doesn't like your use of the word parasocial.
I think everyone's had enough of that.
Well, I don't give a rat's. I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to speak because I see that people like live on Twitter and it's gross.
Clip that off. Let me tell people about Illinois Recovery Center. They're online at IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Whether you've made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. So if you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center at IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. CMA 101 ESPN, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Jackson, any big prize today? We were giving away those Cardinal tickets last week. Why don't you give away something?
What can I give away?
Give yourself.
Yes, give yourself to the people because Sharon and Clayton is not happy with you.
Go wash Sharon's car or something to kind of give back to the community.
Yeah, you wash someone's car. When she went after Travis Hunter's girlfriend, she said, all due respect, Piddles, but I think I know what a toxic girl looks like more than you do. There are plenty more documented instances where she proves how toxic she is. It's a pattern. She's dragging him around by the nose worse than Beth Dutton does to Rip on Yellowstone. Sharon and Clayton.
I just don't like to comment on the private relationships of people I don't know.
How about that, Doug?
That sounded kind of Huffy.
Well, I'm just like, I don't think
it's right.
I don't think it's
a great
fair.
dirt bike company in the 80s. A lot of Huffies in my neighborhood.
Like you want to like
mongoose decades.
To me, like you want to go after an athlete, that's fine, but like let their family live. And they're like, well, they're all over social media.
I do subscribe to mafia rules.
Right.
I really do. Like I might not like somebody, but I'm going to leave the wives and children out of it.
Right. Like I think it's unfair.
With that said, I'm taking Sharon's side.
But mafia
apparently,
rules,
I'm the only one bold enough to take on Sharon and Clayton.
they only played by mafia
I crossed
rules
a bear
until somebody became a stool pigeon.
And then it's a free-for-all?
Sure.
At what point is it okay to go after them a little bit if they start inserting themselves in?
Apparently on Twitter as soon as it happens.
No,
I didn't mean to get y'all worked up.
I'm not upset. I couldn't be happier. I'm itchy. I don't know what. I might have a
Who's been
skin
the most
rash.
toxic girlfriend of all time?
Ooh,
Ooh,
good
that's a
question.
great
Call
question.
in. 3-1. I guess you can't take the calls, though, Chairman. 314-974-010, but we'll take your text. And then we got the YouTube chat. If Jackson gave himself away, it would be a record day for email submissions. How about that?
What does that mean? Like give myself, like you can do whatever you want with me for 24 hours?
Yeah,
that off.
I might go email in.
I don't like that
I think
idea.
I know the most toxic girlfriend.
I think I have one
Would it be
too.
Steve McNair's who killed him?
I was going to go Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
That's a nice place. She burned down Andre Rison's home.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, this is a nice question.
McNair was shot and killed.
Yeah. That was a bad Netflix show, by the way.
I just watched that last week.
Don't you agree with me?
Didn't do a whole lot
What the
for
hell
me.
happened? Jeff Fisher was all over it.
I
But
did
it's
like
just
hearing Fish in that a lot.
It's like they had a theory right at the end, and they're like, "That'll wrap her up." We'll be back next week with a poorly produced show.
Yeah, there is a little bit. I saw something they're doing a Netflix documentary on the late 90s Orlando Magic. And I was like, is this the barrier for making a documentary? Like a team that was pretty good made it to a
Did
championship?
anybody watch the New York Sack Exchange, which was debuting this past Friday night?
No, but I heard it
targeting
was-
guys in their 40s with 2-year-olds.
I heard it was pretty good.
I enjoyed it. And here's the thing. It's right before my sports memory began. I didn't even I knew the Jets played at Shea Stadium, but I thought that was like in the 60s. They played at Shea Stadium all the way up until like 85.
For a while, yeah.
You probably went up there and maybe covered some games with the Dolphins since they were in the same division.
I missed that. They did play him every year, but for whatever reason,
Everyone
I
up
never
there. And then they moved into Giants Stadium.
Yeah.
With the Giants, obviously, and they were there up until 2009, and now they share MetLife. But yeah, Mark Gastineau and this walking up to Brett Favre.
I saw that.
And saying, "You really hurt me," by giving Strahan the sack, which I think he did do.
Right.
It's pretty obvious. There was only 2 minutes left in the 2001 season. Favre takes a dive. Strahan breaks Gastineau's record. And then there was the Minister of Peace. He had switched to Larry Falk, and he changed his name like in '76. He was on that D-line.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Klecko.
Yeah. Marty Lyons.
That was the New York Sack Exchange. I would recommend it, and it predates me. I don't necessarily know if there's a whole lot there. They certainly accused, and you were probably at this game because you were working at Miami Television at the time. They go down and they play the Dolphins, I think, in the AFC Championship game, and it rained when they didn't put tarp over the field. And they said that was to benefit the Dolphins, and it cost them going to the Super Bowl. And the Dolphins went to the Super Bowl that year with Marino's rookie year.
Yeah,
were you at that game?
A.J. Dewey was a Dolphins linebacker star back then. And they had Marino, and they had all those
Were you
wide
at that? That was at the Orange Bowl.
I'm sure I was, yeah.
You got to
I
do
don't-
some show prep.
I don't really remember it right now. It's been 40 years. I was probably there.
Well, with your relationship with Don Shula, I would have thought you would.
Yeah, you guys were boys, right?
I got sucked into watching Who Killed John Benet Ramsey on ABC.
Goodorbad.com. My wife has watched it. I have not.
I watched it.
A lot of block letters
They
in that
kept
note.
saying, new information has come. Do we finally have the answer? So I watched 2 hours, and at the end, well, we really don't know what happened.
alert!
Son of a second! They came up with 5 potential strangers who may have done it, but then one by one eliminated each one of them. Well, probably not. DNA didn't match. No, he wasn't in town. No. So they never really came to a conclusion.
Sounds like a good use of your time.
Well, I thought it was going to be. Turned out not so much.
Sharon and Clayton says humans aren't complicated. They're very simple and not that hard to figure out. It is what it is. That's Sharon and Clayton, Jackson.
We agree to disagree on this topic then. That's that, and sometimes that's the only resolution is agreeing to disagree.
All right.
We have different schools of thoughts on the matter, and that's fine.
You think women might have a better idea of what other women are like than men?
I don't think, yes, I do think you're right there, but I don't think any of us know because we don't know these people personally, and to speculate on it, I think, is unfair.
Stephen Wildwood is nominating his own wife for being the most toxic one in the relationship. Sometimes she just gets in the way of my fun. So if you share Steve's opinion, please text in at 314-399-9646, and Stephen Wildwood's wife can wind up winning.
Didn't Tawny Katane beat the hell out of one of the Cardinal pitchers?
Well, he was with the Angels at the time, and then a couple weeks later, he came to St. Louis, and we were told you can ask anything, but don't ask about Tawny Katane beating him with her high heel.
Was that Chuck Finley?
That's correct.
And she was in a White Snake video?
That's correct, and that was the Here I Go Again video, Doug? Was that 80?
She was a pretty big
86?
star.
And was she,
85, 87?
was she the one slanging timeshares on radio?
No, that was Tawny Roberts.
Tanya Roberts.
Went by Tawny.
Tanya. She was was Charlie's Angels at the end? Or
Doug, how many timeshares do you have?
None.
Great investments. EDF is a wonderful sponsor of the program. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor? TMA, it's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is high and will prevent your facility from having high fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Send your emails in. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Coming up, we're in the midst of Jackson's weekend wrap up here on TMA 101 ESPN. We're in the middle of Jackson and Sharon and Clayton's war, Doug, and I feel like we should just leave the room and let them figure it out.
Okay, has she fired back on him?
I thought we agreed to disagree.
Sharon and Clayton says, thank you, Doug. Hope I see you at the Blues game in your Santa suit on Tuesday.
I won't be wearing a Santa suit.
You going to the game on Tuesday?
I don't have tickets.
Is that your way of asking somebody for something?
Yeah, sure, I'd go if I had them, but I just can't seem to get my hands on them.
A little fun fact for no one tell. And I've actually been wondering this, and I saw this on the STLtoday.com Blues forum, so I need to attribute properly. Because I've been thinking to myself, number one, the number of games the Blues have had in a short amount of time, the number of road games the Blues have had, and the quality of the opposition that they have been playing, really, since Montgomery was hired. And I'm going, at some point, it's got to let up. And there actually is a site that tracks it, and the Blues have the 5th easiest schedule remaining in the NHL.
Yeah,
So-
they've got they got a tough week coming up. They face New Jersey, Tampa Bay, Florida, all good teams.
Brutal.
But then they play a bunch of butt asses: Detroit, Nashville, Buffalo, Chicago, Ottawa, Columbus. You can pick up some points
Here
here.
you go. Here you go. Because I was thinking, my God, this is like you're like in the SEC with what they got going on, and they're playing constantly. And last night, that's why Joey Vitale and Kerber were calling it a slogan game, Doug. I like that, a slogan game.
I don't know.
And the top line ratcheted it up. All right, Jackson, what's our next question here for Jackson's weekend wrap-up on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This question's a social faux pas question.
Social faux pas.
Faux pas. Okay.
Are too many people listening to their AirPods in public, and does that bother you?
Not at all. I do not grocery shop without my AirPods. And number one, it's because I'm a big celebrity, and I don't want to be disturbed. I don't want to sign when I'm at the grocery store.
It tells people, go away, leave me be.
But like, what if and this is just a theory.
But I'm always listening to podcasts. I really am.
What if I wanted to get my hair cut and I throw in my AirPods?
Well, now you're shaming me because I haven't had a haircut since 2006.
Right, but let's say an Uber picks you up. Or you're at the dentist office. And it's not 100 West Dental where you can have a lovely conversation with Dr. Brandon Pryor.
Wow. How about that, Doug? He just weaved in a sponsor.
Is putting in your AirPods or any sort of headphone.
I don't think so at all.
Okay.
I really don't. It sounds like it bothers you, though.
No,
Otherwise
it
you wouldn't
doesn't.
ask
I was asking.
So you brought up something that doesn't bother you as being a social faux pas?
Well, I see that I see people complain about that, and I kind of
Why would anybody care if somebody's got AirPods in?
Because you're not being attentive. You know, you could things could pass you by.
Well, if they're in their own space, now if they're working and they need to interact with people, that's a different situation.
Right, but one could say at the grocery store, maybe you're taking a little too long in front of some of the marinades, and I'm trying to get my Lowry's on, and you're blocking the marinades, and I can't tell you to move.
I can't get used to seeing somebody with AirPods in talking.
Oh, yeah,
Like he's on the phone.
Yeah.
That's a different deal.
Yeah,
if I'm just
that's
listening,
kind of weird.
Then you feel like the worst when you're like, what'd you say? And they're talking on the phone. They're like, oh, sorry, I'm on the phone. It's like, well, it doesn't, like, you're not wearing a sign on your head that says I'm talking on the phone.
Here's from an Uber driver. As an Uber driver, I prefer if you have them in. That's from Tiger Warson Woods.
All I need to hear.
The only bad place to use your AirPods is getting your hair cut. Everywhere else is okay. That's from the 314.
That's kind of where I want it most.
How the hell are you talking to the dentist anyway? That's from the 314.
You can talk to the barber.
My dentist
is hard.
This is not Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100 West Dental.
Wow.
Nor will I name the dentist, but for whatever reason, my dentist always asks like my background every single time, and I've always just keep a Post-it note or something of each patient so you know going into it. Jeez. This guy went to Mizzou. This guy went into radio. It's tough. But then when he knows I like sports, and when he's hands in my mouth, he's like asking me like fantasy football questions. He's like, "How do you think the Saints passing game's gonna work?" I'm like,
"Your dentist is a degenerate gambler."
I don't know. Like I can't really like give you my take when you're like
Could you take
fiddling
a
with my
whiteboard
molars.
and write it down for
Yeah,
him?
like your Nell board.
Well, but that's now I like feel like it should be free if I'm giving out fantasy football advice.
Oh, you want your dentist to remember your alma mater?
I just want like a brief background.
Big star.
But when you ask me every time, so where'd you go to college? It's like a little frustrating because like I remember things about you, Doc.
Yeah, but you have one dentist. He has hundreds of people who.
Chairman,
I
you're
know,
speaking the truth
but
right now.
that's why I think
Jackson's really outside of himself.
I think he should have a database.
Jackson clearly changed his stance on this issue after hearing Tim's response. That's from Andrew Long in the YouTube
Nonsense.
chat.
I want to put my AirPods in more. I just don't want to seem socially
I might go to the grocery store, Doug. I'm thinking about having taco night this week.
Are you really?
And I might go to the grocery store. Might do it today, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
And I will have my AirPods in, and I'll probably be podcasting like the Dickens.
There's nothing worse than having them in and you're trying to drown out the world, and somebody that can see you have them in.
That's another thing.
Wants to continue the conversation, you got to pull it out.
Yeah, no, it sucks. It sucks. I just say, is it a social faux pas or not?
I showed up somewhere I wanted to have them in the other day, dead as could be, wore them anyway just to try to fend people off.
Keep people from talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
Libby Jack is a 75-year-old woman living inside the body of a 26-year-old male. That's from Mr. Siders, and you played golf with him, and he's critical of your 7-iron carry.
That's not true. That's not true.
Mr. Siders, the action is back on you.
75-year-old women can't shoot the rock like I can.
I bet there are some, probably.
Yeah, probably. Doris Burke can still shoot.
The true simultaneously self-important psychotic move is someone at the gym sans headphones having a conversation on speakerphone thinking they're a mover and a shaker when in reality they're a schmuck like Ellis in the Christmas classic Die Hard. That's from Carlos Spicy.
Yeah, that's big Ellis vibes. That person should be ejected from the premises. If you are talking on speakerphone at the gym loudly, you should be removed. Yeah, that's a big.
Well, how is that any different than talking loudly to the person next to you?
Fair question. I think that you should also mind your P's and Q's. You know, you shouldn't be screaming at your buddy when you're working out when there's other people around you.
You guys are antisocial jerks.
There you go. Look at that on the fly.
314.
Not necessarily. Just sometimes you want to be in your own zone or listen to something. You know, and you get good information out of a podcast. It's like a human write-off, you know? Like this
Doug, it's a human write-off is
like,
what we were
But
just
you
told.
really don't like talking to people? Like if you go to a convenience store or something, you'd rather have your earplugs in to say, nobody dare talk to me, as opposed to just saying, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Hey, yeah, I'll have this soda.
I know, like
That
you're like the king of the folksy.
He's whimsical.
Yeah, the whimsy and folksy. But sometimes I don't want to talk to the guy buying, Marlboro Golds.
But it bothers you to do that?
It doesn't bother me. I just told you yesterday I was at the grocery store and some guy asked me about my jacket. I chatted it up with him.
Did you?
But I can't say that like if I had my druthers I would do that.
There's a gentleman who really wants me to read this, and I'm hoping it'll settle him down. Dudes with headphones on at all times is the adult equivalent to an iPad kid. Come on, Tim, read this. Call Jackson an iPad kid. There you go. That's
read this dumbass text.
Yeah, he just did.
I'm not an iPad kid. I grew up, I didn't have an iPad. That was before my time. We had iPads in school, though. It was cool.
I forget I have my AirPods in and then go into meetings. About halfway through, it dawns on me that I'm wearing them and feel like a real jerk. Of course, my hair partially covers them. Sorry, Tim. It's from Colorado. Yeah, I don't have that.
It almost says I'm doing something far more important than anything you could possibly say
But
to
I'm
me.
grocery shopping. It's just me in a cart.
Well, that's different than if you're at work or something.
Well, go after Colorado.
But I don't want to like talk to like someone's buying tomato juice at the grocery store. Am I going to ask them? You going with Hunts or DeMonte?
But when you go to check out and there's someone there you might need to talk with, the earbuds
that's different.
probably ought to
Yeah,
go
you
up.
take them out in that.
But also self-checkout. But also, at that situation, yes. But in terms of just cruising the aisles,
no, it's okay. And that's
Tim is a man of the people who worked up from the rough and tumble streets of South St. Louis. He humbly tries to shop and carry on despite making it out and going on to greatness. That's from the 636.
God.
If you need me to follow you around the grocery store and keep people away,
I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that. That'd be helpful.
Eliminating is what that is.
Send your emails, and we got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and BK and Ferrario come in. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael at Michael's Flooring takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that is why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why he is making sure he gets the best installers. And he's getting them $7 a square yard. That is awesome compensation in this industry. It's Michael's Flooring, and if you are interested, go to igotfloored.com and find out how you can apply to be a part of Michael's team. I Got Floored. IgotFloored.com. They have it all at Michael's Flooring, and they have so many varieties of all flooring with 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis area, in Creve Coeur on Olive, in Garden Prairie, and St. Peter's. It's Michael's Flooring, $7 a square yard for carpet installers. If you're interested, go to IgotFloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues take 3 out of 4 points over the weekend. Off today, taking on the Devils tomorrow evening. Catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
talking with Chairman Kurt in the commercial break, and he gave me the forecast for South Bend, Indiana on Friday night, Doug. 32 degrees and snow in the forecast. Oh, my, maybe the Hoosiers can pull the upset. Snowy conditions can lead to anybody can win. Keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it. Yeah. And you're going to get 8.5 points.
I like that a lot.
If it's going to be snowing like crazy up there, is that what you're seeing, Chairman?
I didn't go real in depth, but the little icon has some snow flurries. Low of 22, high of 32.
Ooh, cats and dogs. Oh, so it's going to be in the 20s by the time those boys are out there. Cats and dogs.
Well, if it ever gets that cold around here, you would know who to call, and that would be Design Air.
Yeah, designairservice.com, right?
Jingle to Seth Goldcamp, and it wouldn't matter how cold it is because your furnace would be working just fine. Thank you very much, because Seth or one of his technicians would have been out to your house to take care of your furnace like they have been to mine and Tim's. And about all of us here on the dais have used Design Air Heating and Cooling because they are simply the best in town. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business. They've served over 10,000 people since they opened in 1904. The longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They're known for their honesty and going way above and beyond the call. One tiny way of doing that is to put on the little hospital booties when they come into your house. I always like that. You know, you never know where the guys have been, but when they come into your house, they want to make sure they don't leave any dust or dirt around, so they put on the little hospital booties, and then they go into your basement and they work on your furnace. And they will work on it better than anybody can because they are simply the best in town. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, you need to choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designairservice.com.
Yeah, Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Next, this is TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back, TMA 101 ESPN. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, and then BK and Ferrario take over. Then Jackson and I at 11:20-ish, Doug. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Get ready. You can send in your questions for the discussion. Anything goes in here. And Jackson, guess what? Got an erotic story.
Nice. Yes. Yes.
There's nothing hotter than two guys on a cold morning in the Midwest reading erotica to each other in an HD2 podcast studio. Naughty, 25 minutes away. That's my forecast.
Gosh.
It is naughty.
That's what you're going to do?
Some might say it's our naughtiest episode yet.
Really?
That's right.
Some would say.
Some might say. And you can email in for anything you want. You can send in whatever you want. Questions, comments, anything works. And I'm going to read it. How about that? I'm going to read whatever you send. That's my promise to you. Anything. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. James Carlton sponsors the Colonel. Colonel's getting frustrated with the
fan base.
On the fan base. Gabe tweeted out moments ago because the Missouri fans are getting frustrated with the transfer portal situation. And Kawan Lacey now has entered the transfer portal.
That's a big miss because he looked really good.
He did really indeed. Good. How people were loving the transfer portal, and then how they're not, and then they were loving it, now they're not, and then they were loving it again, and now they're not. And Gabe's getting frustrated. So anyway, that is coming your way here on the program. You miss anything? Go back and podcast. Schaefer Door Company podcast. James Carlton sponsors Gabe online at carltoninsurance.net. You can give him a call. He's my insurance agent. 314-961-4800. That's James Carlton. 400 5-star reviews. Make the switch. They do all the paperwork for you. carltoninsurance.net. Ladies and gentlemen, time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Oh, what a weekend it was. My fat-ass husband, who's hung like a tack, caught me fooling around over the weekend. It all happened on Sunday morning when my husband was taking a soak after I did. He couldn't sniff the Napoli on my loofah from the night before. Or no, he could sniff the Napoli on my loofah from the night before. You can sniff it, Doug?
I don't know.
You can sniff a loofah.
I knew I shouldn't have let that Northwestern Mutual intern take a Han bomb out of my crack.
What's a Han bomb?
I don't know, but I don't like it.
Bartender at Napoli.
You're not self-promoting enough.
He does a wonderful job, and he has a signature shot, and unfortunately, that's what happened here. I do know where to go from here. My monogramming business is in shambles. And with these interest rates, nobody's buying charcuterie. And if my husband finds out I traveled to South County for TMA Live last Thursday, my name may be removed from the trust. Thoughts, concerns, much love from this voluptuous MILF. Doug, that's self-made, stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Self-made, stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Blues took 3 or 4 points over the weekend, but Libby Jack wouldn't know because he was too busy watching the NBA's contrived in-season tournament.
Right.
Pat Mahomes injured his ankle, but we're not going to get to that until Spready's older brother calls in to demand an injury update. The Cardinals' 2025 slogan of "We're sitting this one out" is permeated into the official wall calendar that doesn't feature any actual players, but does feature a bunch of empty seats. Good thing those calendars don't have any photos of Nolan Arenado, because Doug saw a report from Fax Sports that Arenado's already been traded to the Astros for Boomer Kingsley and a bag of fleshlights.
No, we got a good third baseman.
With Arenado reacting with the quote, "Bang bang Stroh's gang." But I think the lead is that someone is trimming their shrubs in the Hubbard bathroom.
Yes.
It flew under the radar last week of Miss Libby Jack taking so much shrapnel for his TMA award nominations that he completely mailed it in and then shifted blame to the owners of a fictional real estate agency from a 32-year-old David Mamet screenplay. But there's a new recurring bet where Libby Jack mumbles something about Sound Story, then a few minutes later berates the audience for not switching from the TMA app to another platform as if it's the fault of the loyal listeners who followed this dumb show across the low-powered AM radio dial to the app for not grasping that the dedicated TMA app is not the correct platform to use if you want to hear the entire show. Now, stop pleasuring yourself to NBA Cup highlights and fix Martin's camera so it doesn't auto-zoom on the back of a Dell monitor every 10 minutes.
Book a chiropractor. You're going to hurt yourself slapping yourself on the back so much.
Swope.
Weak.
Buck Swope.
And finally, misconnection. Thursday, December 12th, Hot Shots on Lindbergh. I had just finished making water when I spotted a 26-year-old blonde bombshell in the men's room. His chalky white complexion reminded me of skim milk, kind of like an albino vampire. He walked with the fluid grace of someone who was almost athletic enough to make the starting lineup for his public school basketball team, but his timid smile told me he spent a lot of time riding the pine. Obviously, I was intrigued, but I was too shy to find out if he had Kobe Bryant's silhouette tattooed on his lower back. As I was leaving the restroom, he nodded at me. It was an unmistakably flirty nod. This nod conveyed, let's play tonsil hockey in the handicap stall and let our curious fingers roam around on each other's southern dirt roads. Sadly, I did not act on my desires, and I fear we'll never see this tall, translucent hunk again. Dear Pale Prince, I will never stop thinking about you. That's from a random guy in the Hot Shots restroom. And that's who we have!
Random guy.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
I'm going to go with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom for using the term smell the little Napoli on my loofah.
All day.
I agree with Doug.
Self-made stay-at-home with mom has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. BK and Ferrari are up next. Then Jackson and I are on youtube.com/TMASTL here in 18 minutes with QFTA for the Tim McKernan Show podcast. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, and Tim McKernan, this has been TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.